1, 2, 3. Start talking. Hello. Happy,
Hello.
I believe it's January 8th. Yep, January 8th. Still not sure exactly what day of the week is it.
Uh,
Probably Wednesday.
you got two WMFI shows number 35 up.
Wait, what?
I'm looking at your channel. There are two of the beep the nose.
What the hell? Technology is failing us today. It's being that
Yeah,
way.
it's like you're duplicating. One started at 249 and the other is 258.
Yeah, one
I'll go
says
the one.
upcoming,
There are two of the beep
and the other one
nose.
says live. How do I delete it? Cancel it. Go away. Bad thing. No, I don't want you to notify me. I want you to go to my videos. Deep in the studio. Here we go. Here we go. Welcome to the logbook.
Maybe one day we'll
0,
be able
1,
to.
0, 0. Tech failures led to start delays and 2 of today. Working on it. How do we work on it? We go to there. We go to live. It says upcoming. Detailed analysis, dotty dot, options, delete forever. I understand that deleting this video is permanent and I will lose all access to audience and viewer. Yes. Bye. Bye, baby. Video successfully deleted. Now, it's today's real live that says it was live. Still there. Are you still there, George?
Yes, I am. We are not Memorex.
So let me right click and open link in new tab and make sure without shite. Are you able to see it, sir? Is it happening? It says it's there on my thing. Started streaming 2 minutes ago.
Yeah, today I think we have like a 30 second or 40, maybe a full minute lag.
Oh
I can
boy.
see the show. I can see the show on the show. I wonder if it's not the infinity one where it goes show picture inside of the picture inside of the picture inside of the picture inside of the.
I'm just gonna guess that we're doing okay. I mean, hope. Seems like it. The
I can see you got two tabs.
yeah, the timer bar was increasing in length. But I closed that tab. No, I'm gonna close this tab. So there we are at that. We finally made it. 03:52. It seems like we are back to take 2. Go live. Yep, here we are. This is Dean. I'm the yin yang. That's George. He's the bear. Say hi, George.
Hello.
Oh, tennis elbows popping and crackling today. Don't care. Not bad. 5 and 6 level stuff. Take the pain. That reminds me. Damn it. Because of technology issues, I clicked this and I clicked that and I clicked the other. And so it took away what was on the home screen that I wanted to show everybody and tell everybody. Click it or ticket. Mr. Destiny is creating a survey and chilling. The Last of Us Season 2 is being reviewed or been reviewed by the critical drinker. I don't care. I haven't paid any attention to the television, internet vision shows, streamery, live, whatever they're called, series of The Last of Us. And I never played either one of the video games. I watched other people's playthrough and critiques and reviews. Apparently, in my old home place, there are wildfires. The California. Didn't see any headlines about it, didn't study it. Saw the YouTube videos like this one from KTLA. Channel 5 in the metropolitan Los Angeles area. Fire, fire, fire. See, them COVID masks are good for something else. And of course, right below that, Backdraft. It's another fire, fire, fire movie. Kurt Russell. Somebody else. I don't know. I don't remember that much about it. Not good, not bad, just a movie. 4 out of 10. It's another one. It's got the it's firefighters, and then there's some heavy petting and the such. It's a chick flick in my book. What you think, George? Have you ever seen Backdraft 1991?
Nope. I'm just not. I've never been a firefighter movie person. Last firefighter movie I saw was the one with Steve McQueen. What was it? I Rise.
Yeah. The Towering Inferno back in the
Yeah, that was.
1970s, the last one I bothered to watch.
Yeah, that's it. Towering Inferno.
I'm sure I've seen other ones, like I've seen Backdraft. And if somebody said, "Oh, you mean you didn't see whatever, whatever?" Oh yeah, it wasn't important to me. Calling Backdraft a firefighter movie is like calling Titanic same
A
era.
ship.
Yeah, a sailor's movie. There's so much smarmy chick flick girly romance goofiness
And
in
I
it.
haven't seen Titanic either, so.
I mustered through it back in the days of VHS, and I don't remember if it was on 2 or 3 tapes. Everybody talk movie talk. Oh wait, 11. Titanic.
I never went to see movies just to see movies. I went to see movies to be entertained.
Yeah. Yep. Um, Hopping around and across the movie topics. Not logging them all. We're at Titanic. Let's ask the
Now
Google bar. How
I
many VHS tapes? What? Yeah, it's the first one.
have seen art films because I got taken to them, not because that's what I chose. The last one I saw with my aunt that I can remember is called The
I'll do what?
Draftsman, as in like a drafter, but a
The
man, draftsman.
Draftsman. The Draftsman Hotel, downtown Charlottesville. Probably not. Do
No,
you believe
this
in coinkadinkle?
this is either an English-made film or English-made film in France. It was very weird.
I guess we better add the IMDb. I wonder if that's a Trump property. The Draftsman's contract in 1982.
You know, at a certain point, I feel for Trump because no one will sell him property without jacking up the price severely. You almost have to buy it incognito. And then when they find out, some of them won't resell to you. Like when Bill Gates buying up all that farmland, after a while, they won't sell to him. But then again, he's trying to do corporate farming.
This thing won't show me. Yeah, I've heard all kinds of rumors. I can't find the movie The Draftsman. You said it was French?
I think. I don't remember.
The Drafts Man movie.
It was from the 80s, I think.
They got one called The Drought. A young artist is commissioned by the wife of a wealthy landowner to make a series of drawings of the estate while her husband is away. Does that sound like it?
Uh, could be. Yes.
1982.
It was an art film that was showing at it's a place in Durham called the Carolina Theater, which was an old stage theater that was turned into a movie theater for a long time, and then they were trying to switch it so it could do both, refurbish it. Yeah, that's probably it.
You remember it looking like the Three Musketeers?
It was that time period, or roughly that time period, because one of the things he made the comment is, as I'm doing this, don't add or remove anything. And every time he'd go out there to paint or draw, I can't remember which it was, there was something new had been added.
Oh, them gams. The lady was showing off her legs.
And
How lewd.
part of her payment was sleeping with him. Yeah, that's it. That's it. I recognize the equipment.
Well, do you believe in destiny? Because I absolutely think this is what any two, I don't care what sex or gender they think they were born, this is what any two of our current Supreme Court of the United States people imagine they look like when they go to work.
Yeah. The funny part was the person that kept adding things like a shirt here or a pair of pants there or something like that was her husband who was hiding out in the house. I can't remember if he dies in the end or not. I just don't remember. I remember it was a fun time to go with my aunt, and that's where I learned to like ginger ale and lemonade. That was the only way she would let me drink as you put it, a sody pop.
Sooty water is what my grandfather called it. George saw it long ago.
Yeah.
I don't remember it. Dean thinks this is what any two SCOTUS Judge E. Wudge
Well, they wear
E.
the
think
judges wear the
they
same outfit. They
look
just don't wear
like at work.
they just did away with the wig. That's the only the difference between our as far as our judgy wudgies and the UK judgy wudgies and the French judgy wudgies and the Italian judgy wudgies is we did away with the wigs.
Yeah, but I just mean all the especially the lady coming back up on screen got rid of the notepad,
In fact, in Australia
all that
and in the
pale
UK,
powder grease makeup, and the ruby lips.
yes, and because they liked it that pasty white, they all went mad because the one way to get that pasty white was to add lead oxide or mercury.
the
So they went a little woohoo woohoo.
whole world is hoo hoo. And it's another Destiny tale or confluence, or is there some kind of correlation? Are the CIA alien space invaders directing our every movement? Highly unlikely, because all that white stuff and being pale was fear of the sun. You could not be white enough because the sun is
Well,
going to kill you.
it
What are
wasn't
you, some
fear.
kind of field working peasant who lets the
The
sun touch their skin?
Exactly. It was a status thing. The whiter you were, the less work you did.
Right,
The
especially
more you were
outdoors in the fields. But just the other day, while researching some kind of whatever, having to do with old people's vasculars and flaking skins and all the rest of that. All the rest of you can go listen to the other thing. A couple days ago about the fictional old people who, whatever. But the end result from the Google searches and all this other about why the old people have all this stuff, especially on their lower legs, below the knees, because they got too much sun. It still exists, this sun fear.
well, some people are also very sensitive to the sun. I
Yeah,
know,
this is somebody who's never been outdoors in short pants in their entire life.
I just remember the doctors telling my mother that she's not allowed to go out in the sun anymore because she was in the pre-stages of skin cancer, and that was a combination of her outdoorsy lifestyle and the fact that the chemicals and UV radiation and other radiations they experimented with in the 50s, she was working around
Yeah.
as a physical therapist. Hey, if we hit you with radiation, that might help that muscle repair itself.
Yeah, not so much. The drought man's contract. Yes. Fear the sun. You said something the other day about it. It made me laugh about the Kia Soul,
Uh-huh.
because that's what SOL means, sun.
Yeah, the killer of souls. Killed in
Hmm.
action, soul.
Yep. Either way,
That's
I love the wordplay of it. KIAing the sun or KIAing the spirit, the soul. I wouldn't go out and buy one myself, I don't believe. But I wouldn't throw it in the trash if someone gave me one.
you know. Oh, talking about giving you one. I still remember back in the mid 90s, our Cadillac dealer in Fayetteville was giving away a Yugo with every Cadillac you bought. Or if you bought you actually went out and bought a Yugo on purpose, they give you this high speed, low drag, uh, 10-speed bike. And we said, yeah, you keep that on the rack. And after about a mile or two, your Yugo will stop going and you still have to go. Therefore, you use the other Yugo. It's called a bicycle.
Yeah.
Or the other thing we used to call Yugos, but Yugo, it don't.
I knew a guy that had a Yugo. It was a very, and why do guys do this? I don't know. Why do the big guys like 6'7", 400 plus pounds drive those tiny little
They're
nothingness
cheap.
cars? And when they're once they crawl into them, that daggone thing is almost a two-wheeler.
Well, this big fella used to drive a Geo Metro, a little three-banger.
Yeah.
And the reason I did that is it was cheap and inexpensive to run on gas, and anybody could fix it because it was a three-cylinder motor. I've had two of them.
Uh, what was the Chevy one called? A Chevette or a Chevelle?
Chevette, which I also used to have, and then when
They
they
don't
stopped
say
having
anymore.
international, when they stopped having the Geo Metro, it became a Chevy Metro for a short period of time.
Yeah, man,
I've owned,
Chevettes and Ford had a version like Fiesta or Festiva or some name like that. I'm not gonna look it up. The
I
first computer guy I ever worked for had the Ford versions, and he just took the back seat out, and it had a hatchback,
yeah,
so that we could fill the back of that teeny tiny little car that got excellent gas mileage of the time. That's why he
I
got it. Cheap as heck to drive per mile.
my dad gave me his Chevette because he had already bought a new car. My stepmother was driving the Chevette. My grandmother died, but she wanted me to have her car. But my stepmother wanted the car because it had AC, and Dad asked if I mind. I said I don't care. A car is a car. So I had a Chevette, no AC, but it got me around. You know, two windows at 55 with its air conditioning.
Mm-hmm.
But we had a big snow here in Fayetteville, and I got around because the car would ride on top of the snow, and all these people, these heavy four-wheel drives, me and a friend of mine, like my little brother, would go around, dig them out, collect $50, and drive off on top of the snow. But because they kept bogging down in the snow, thinking they could force their way through it.
Do you remember the Mercedes Swatch car?
No,
Oh, it's coming up on screen. I saw a few of them around here. I don't
I
know if
had
they still
my
make them.
my white Chevette, and then I had a white Geo Metro, and then a blue Chevy Metro. The
Them crazy little
I
Swatch Mercedes things. They're up on screen.
oh yeah, I remember them. They only sold that I know of in Europe, where it's set
Oh
1 to
no,
2 people.
they were big business here. I don't
But
remember how long it all.
the our blue
Why was
Metro,
the smart car discontinued?
our blue Metro, which the motor was a Suzuki. Um, my wife rolled it down 95. Thank God the week prior to her flipping the car, she had rollover training with the army.
What in the hell? Who writes these
There,
words?
I mean, that's destiny for you. You know, She went and had rollover training twice in one, in two, in two training sessions at the army, and then for, really not her fault. She was following someone doing bank runs, and boop, there it goes, flipping over and sliding down 95 on its roof.
Eat.
Good car on flat lands, not so great in the mountains, especially when you're weighted down with camping equipment and me. It
They
got up
never
there.
make her do that rollover immersion in water stuff, did they?
I don't know about the immersion in water, but they did the rollover quite a bit.
Oh man. They might have showed that in maybe Navy SEALs or something. I don't know. One of the old
Oh yeah,
one of the old warfighter movies they showed, the
that's
helicopter shaped
that was mostly for
thing on a
pilot.
big boom arm, and they dunk them in the water upside down.
Yeah, that was mostly for pilot. I know the pilots did a lot of that because there's a 50-50 chance that's how you were going in the water if you were going in the water.
Yep.
Was upside down.
Oh, dancing through life. Is your personal collection safe from the new ATF? The lady lawyer, she said, "Coop," spelled differently. And I said, "Lady, we love you." And I'm going to check out these great games. I'm going to put my mouse over it.
Put your
Good old
mouth
beat.
over it or your mouse?
Mouse. No, I don't kiss the screens. I might. And the lady lawyer's over there pointing another finger at my screen. I might lean forward and put my nose tip on that fingertip. All right, here goes. Mouse over. Oh, she wiggles when she walks. She giggles when she talks. Oh, I'm not allowed to mention him. Sorry. Dancing Queen. Nope, I only get to see a little slice of it. When you hover over things on the tube, something about Pelosi and something reactioning during January 6th. Pelosi. Don't care. I'm cold and hard-hearted. If you don't like it, Nancy Pelosi, quit. How about that?
She's supposed to be quitting. I swore this was
Oh
supposed to be
no,
her.
she backed out of that just like Joe Biden promised he'd only run one term and they'd let a youthful Democrat have a go this time and smash Donald Trump. Then 2022 came around and he was like, never mind. Yep.
Term limits, term limits, term limits, term limits.
Sure. Even if Joe Biden didn't meet his term limit. But
Well, he'd have met his term limit some time ago.
they should have signed him to that damn contract in the primary of 2020. You ain't gonna back
I'm
out of this, dude. You're out of here.
I'm about the Congress critters. They
Yes.
definitely need term limits.
Yes. And none of that bull crap that they have at North Carolina about, well, those apply to consecutive. So as long as they take one little session off, then they can come back for another, whatever, 20,000 years.
Well, it'd be 8 years, 4 years off, 8 years, 4 years off. I think it was Hunt that did that.
Absolute cumulative time in. You get this many days in office and you're done. We don't care how you work them up. And then you're not allowed to hold any other office in government. You want to do the elected people crap.
Yeah, we do away with our life.
You ain't gonna long tail end us like we talked about previously. Drunken Bob collecting 2 paychecks for offices he never went to, that because he was getting the checks. Real workers couldn't do the work.
Yeah, eliminate our mayors that have been mayors for 10, 15, 20 years. Same thing with our deputy sheriffs, or not deputy sheriffs, our sheriffs.
Oh, yes. We need amendments. It's on the do list today to discuss what I would call fatal flaws, but we'll just say, I don't know that we're allowed to speak that way about founding documents, including the manual below. Elizabeth sent me the informations, the title. It's in the description. Oh, I misspelled that too. I'll fix it. See me putting a D on unite. It's not my fault. Yes, it is. My keyboard is long past dead. I've considered putting a picture of it how I've typed 50% of the letters are gone. This poor old thing. And it only cost me, I got it on special offer some time ago at Amazon, not a sponsor or whatever. It's what happened. I think for less than $12. And it has survived me for over 3 years. And it has pretty lights in it. But it misses a lot of characters. And my fingers and my mind say, I pressed the button. Moving on. But yes, I don't know what else. And Elizabeth hadn't got here yet. This whole founding documents thing, in case anybody's interested, is her thing. So we're going to stop talking about it till she gets here. It's an idea she has and do something with it. We're getting better at it. So there we go. Term limits. Absolutely. And some way to get them out. There must be a way. But oh well. Because it's not 1775. It's 2025.
I'm willing to bet that was a subject back then too. We don't want them in for life.
Yeah, maybe.
I can sort of kind of understand why Supreme Court judges are in for life. That way they're not so much true presidential appointees, oh, now I'm president, so I want a whole new Supreme Court, so they vote only my way.
Mhm.
That makes a little bit more sense.
And
But
I don't,
definitely,
yeah, man, God. I don't even know what to say about that. I guess better wait for Elizabeth. One of the movies we got to talk about today. In the description, I put, are there strangers in the barrio making trouble? This is one of my absolute favorite movies ever. And the recurrent theme, government doing crap, applies to January 6, 2021. Are there what they call agent provocateur or plants, FBI workers, whatever, involved in all that crap? We will never know. But one of the names of one of the officers that undid himself, whatever we're allowed to call it these days, I put together a long something, sort of long, and I'm still trying to figure out, number one, where do I send this? And number two, in what format do we send it? Like, discussing. What are we discussing? Put it in the log. 33. Nope, call it 34. Dear Google and YouTube, where can I submit a set of questions slash relating to words that we can or can not use, please? Such as and whatever, like G word rhymes with fun. Oh, so many. our words, all of them, that kind of thing. Google, please. But thinking on that, it reminds me of, and I just copy pasted the notes from Once Upon a Time to make sure that me and George aren't stomping on each other's toes when discussing things like January 6th. Back on, we talked about it on 12/22/24 the first time, and on the 23rd, out of fear, thanks, Internet monarchs. I did my studies, found out that Hickok 45, famous dude, got his YouTube burned again sometime in 24, and because he's a multi-million per day views and per total subscribers and everything else channel, he of course could get somebody at Google and YouTube to talk to him and say, oops, our bad. So they put back his YouTube channel. The problem with it was that never got resolved. And I was like, oh, the destiny of it all. Uh, because he got cancel cultured by Google/YouTube, Facebook fired him. It was automagic. There's a link in the description to Hickok talking about when his channel was terminated. It's from somebody that works with him or might be related to him. I didn't dig that
Oh,
deep.
that's his son.
Yeah, it's that runs the Hickok 45 Clips YouTube channel. It's all good
Yes.
stuff. If you're offended by Hickok 45, don't go over there. If G words hurt your feelings or whatever,
That
he
that's the
doesn't
only thing.
need rage and hate clicks.
No, I mean, as a I hate to say it, as a mild in manner as his channels are, the only way it could offend anybody that I can think of is he goes, "Oh, I bought this," or "This was sent to me by such and such a gun company, and here we go. Let's see how it works." I mean, he's very polite. Everybody I talked to that's met him said he's extremely polite, talks to everybody, happy to see fans.
Yeah, and like the guy we talked about yesterday, Paul Harrell,
Yeah.
I've watched many hours of Hickok 45 stuff. And there's probably been stuff that I was like, man, I hate when he does that. But I forget about it and stick to the good.
Now, when I started watching Hickok 45 really a little, not as much these days, but he showed how he cleaned his, range brass by using one of those using water and Dawn dish soap in one of those, concrete mixers
Mm-hmm.
and putting it in there, then letting it dry out, sometimes putting it in the oven at 150, I think it was, with the door open, dry the brass out, and uses a big, huge table with the base of the table being made a rabbit screen to kinda shake out the rocks and stuff and keep the casings. That was an I mean, if you're gonna do, hundreds of thousands of rounds at a time that comes off a range, that's the way I'd do it. 'Cause then the hard part was sorting through the ones that cannot be reloaded and those that could be reloaded. Now, supposedly around here, you're not allowed to throw away or recycle, uh, gun brass. I mean by recycle is melt it back down to its base component, as in, "It's brass, melt it." "Oh, you might blow a hole in it." After it's been washed and polish, it ain't gonna go boom.
Nope.
That's
Yep.
right. Just like the level of ignorance of some people.
Oh yeah. So anyway, he talked
Our
long,
government.
and there's a link in the description. No matter what he did, even with the power of writing from YouTube and Google saying, "Hey Facebook, we messed up." Meta/Facebook said, "Rules is rules." He's gone forever.
But no
Because
YouTube.
the AI bots that we paid $30 billion for say so. All right.
One of these days they're gonna
Blog.YouTube.
do one of these days those different channels are going to I think they Instagram has already run into it. Gonna run into a person or entity big enough to where they can afford the lawyers to sue them because Classic Firearms is now they got banned for a while from Instagram. They're back on it now.
Who owns Instagram? Is that Meta as well?
What?
Instagram.
Don't know.
Yes, Meta. Facebook. Mark Zuckerberg.
Far as I know, no, it predates Facebook.
Yeah, but he bought it. They bought it. I just looked it up
Okay.
on screen real quick and then let it go. Yep.
Okay, government, where are you? You know, there's such thing as antitrust laws. Go after these big jerk. They're making people's life miserable. You know, anti-monopoly laws.
So here we go. And I'm going to read it into the record. So
I
if
mean,
YouTube ever comes back at us, George,
okay.
we'll have the
Well,
offline version that we recorded. My stuff is recording on my little hard drive.
yeah.
YouTube says, I wish Elizabeth was here to hear it. Wake up, woman. An update on our approach to U.S. election misinformation by the YouTube team, June 02, 2023. It's a 3-minute read. I'll probably go slower than that. I'm trying to enunciate. I'm trying to be careful. Today we are announcing a new set of updates on YouTube to address and protect our community, providing a
Well,
home for open discussion and debate. Remember, please, I used those 2 words yesterday. For open discussion and debate during the ongoing election season. There was no ongoing election season in June of 2023. Midterms were 7 months over. What happened in June of 2023 that all of the big boys, and thank you, Google and YouTube, is that the Supreme Court issued a ruling about this stuff. And everybody got suddenly afraid. The big boys. We could listen to it for 4 minutes. Let the computer say blah, blah, blah. I don't care about all that. Blah, blah, blah. Striking the balance. Political speech. We promise you. Don't anybody misconstrue anything myself or George or anybody types in our chat. Hello, Elizabeth. Glad you're here. We're discussing the 2023 update about how we can or cannot or may not discuss certain things like why this whole thing came about was January 6, 2021. The ability to openly debate political ideas, comma, even those that are controversial or based on disproven assumptions, comma, is core to a functioning democratic society, especially in the midst of election season. They probably started this whole thing in 2022 leading up to the midterms because this says the update date. Problem is they didn't leave, these are living online documents. They'll change them whenever they feel like it. 21, hang on, I got a text. Let me read you this text. For 21.25 a month or less, we can cover your ride. Whoever you are out there in the world. I hope your headset does a Halloween number 3 thing to your ear. Look it up yourself. Bastardos. The problem I have with this carefully crafted wording of theirs, and so we're being extra careful. We're saying, oh, the ability to debate is really important, blah, blah, blah. In the midst of election season. So what about, like right now, we are well outside of election season.
Except
Let's
for
see.
midterm election.
They're blah, blah, blah. We first instituted under our elections. This is the one. The link is below in the description. It's now in the chat. It's in the log that'll be in the comment later. I'm trying to be careful. To this support.google.com/YouTube/answer/ It's all right there. I've read them both several times. Very, very carefully. We find in the current environment, in the current environment, I said in my notes way back in the day, what's missing from this is all caps for now. That's what in the current environment means. If they change their commission to save the world, whatever panel or robots or something else, they will troll back through the old videos and say, we know we let you get away with it 5 years ago. Now you're fired. We're just going to have to run the risk. Hopefully we'll pick up many, many channel peoples and blah-de-blahs. We find that while removing this content does curb some misinformation, it could also have the unintended effect of curtailing political speech without meaningfully reducing the risk of violence or other real-world harm. So let me disclaimer again. Regardless of what anybody says here in the channels, any of our channels, we're going to spin George's up later. None of us are promoting any kind of violence in any way. We abhor it. It disgusts us. And that's how that goes. But we're all a certain type of harsh kind of person. I particularly am extremely harsh. And realistically, real world, I might say things that sound odd. Another one of the thousands of things that I thought long and hard about and typed onto my Facebook is that if I had been in command on January 6, 2021, I'd have told them all, draw that sidearm and light the place up. They will disperse. True. Why do you think they needed a National Guard? Those are men with bigger G words. What's the threat of that? So that's just me. I have vast experience in law enforcement, security, and whatever. You want them away from that barricade? Or are you going to go with that crazy living off planet unreality of what we had that allows for questions? We're, how George puts it, Were the police cooperating and assisting those people in entry in the building? I don't know. You can look at the videos and see that. That's what it looks like or gives the appearance of. To George. To me, it looks like those poor police officers have been boiled in that septic tank of boiling stuff that lives in septic tanks of de-escalation, de-escalation, de-escalation. And then they had no leadership. Either way, the result is the same. Doesn't matter how either one of us describes it. It's all good. The reality is the reality. Real world. How do we meaningfully reduce the risk? Curb some misinformation. We're working on it, YouTube. Well, everybody else, I'm done reading this because it just says the same thing over and over and over and over and over and over. And I don't know what is a holistic approach to supporting elections on YouTube. I don't know. I don't know what you crazy college people mean when you say words, because your words have no meaning.
Yeah, because the term for holistic does not apply, because it's not like, holistic mean old fashions or home remedies. Oh, using things that are natural.
In the Oxford languages, it means, I got it up on the screen, I'm going to read it. It's an adjective characterized by the belief that parts of something are interconnected and can be explained only by reference to the whole. Yes, just like we keep talking about, there may be lots of moving parts to this thing. How could it be? Are the are the ancient Egyptians through the spaceships and the time warps making all of this happen? I had another looking up one of my woman's superhero people of the universe because she forgot and I remembered. How could it be that a guy of Polish ancestry, American, who just had a very odd interest, but because of his Polish ancestry, escaped the Nazis and the Soviets, the European theater? Remember, Ukraine was Russia, I mean Soviet, in the 1920s, 30s, and 40s, and 50s, all the way to the 1990s.
Well,
Ukraine
in
was
the
one of
well
the member states of the Soviet Union.
in the 40s, if we're talking roughly 39 to 45, Ukraine did side with Nazi Germany to the
Yeah,
point they
sort
might
of,
even
because the Russians didn't care about it. They owned it. It was part of their empire or union.
they
And the
believed it
goal
was.
wasn't anything about Ukraine. It was Poland.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying after Poland fell, and when Germany marched into areas like the Ukraine and Czechoslovakia, the Czechs and the Ukrainians saw at that point the Germans as liberators from the oak of the Soviet Union. So they joined the Nazi movement to fight against the Soviet or communism because they were oppressed under communism. Were
Yeah,
there
it's a
Nazis?
huge mess, isn't it?
Yeah. So yes, there were Nazis in the Ukraine. Some of those military units that stood up as supporters of Nazi Germany existed after the Soviet Union, sorry, got hiccups. USSR took over or back, as well as today they still exist with the same insignia.
And yeah, in medicine, it's up on the screen. Holistic means characterized by the treatment of the whole person, taking into account mental and social factors rather than just the symptoms of an illness. So when we go back over here, and I really try to understand this specific aspect of our elections misinformation policy. So this aspect of our policy represents just one piece of a broad, holistic approach. So
Well,
what
here's
they're
my question.
saying is that they're letting us, they're saying, step over here, step right under a sword of Damocles. That's sorry, YouTube. That's how you make us all feel. Just like we hate our government, you evil overlords scare us with these holistic words.
Well, then again, what's the difference between misinformation and a differencing of opinion? And
Uh,
politics is mostly opinion.
yeah, but if we're talking about politics, like policy of politicians, like who has a better idea to
Yes,
increase
again,
the monthly paychecks for Social Security and how do we get it paid for?
right. And
Is
like I
one
said,
thing, but when we're talking about whether or not we're going to call somebody treasonous and does that have connotations, we're saying hypothetically, YouTube and people listening, because both sides of the political elite right now have called the other. I can count on my fingers the time on one hand. Oh, I can count on that beauty girl's finger. There's two of them that Mr. Trump has said such a thing about that one general. I cannot count on all of my digits and all of my counting forever how many times the left slash Democrats have said that about Donald Trump and people that have worked for him or whatever.
well,
So who's the
looking
bad
at the
guys?
I'm just saying, just because people like throwing the word treason out when it may or may not be the betrayal of a alliance towards one's own country, especially by committing hostile act against it or aid it its enemy in committing such act. Betrayal of someone's trust and or confidence. So, in theory, or not in theory, but in definition, everybody that kept telling, saying these bad things, including uh, some of Trump's own family, committed treason, not against the country, but against him. Now, that
Mm.
general who wanted to say bad things about his president, I think should be court-martialed, and I'll tell you why.
Well,
This
he
is my
resigned.
opinion.
Yeah.
Well, okay,
But
but
yeah.
he resigned, fine, but he should have been called back to active duty and court-martialed because he made comments while in uniform, which goes directly against the UMCJ, uniform which is Uniform Manual of Justice. And all that stuff is written down. That's the reason you're not allowed to parade in a political parade while in uniform, while you're active duty or reserve or National Guard. You can't be in uniform and go work the polls. You can't be in uniform and go work at a person's election office. It's against the rules. It's against the military law. And it said, okay, the third one was the offense of attempting to overthrow the government of uh, of the state in which the offender owes allegiance or is betraying the state of into the hands of a foreign power, disloyalty, treachery. every single one of those peoples that made those autonomous zones in the various cities committed treason. People walking to a government building that has government civilian public access and is publicly owned to air their grievances is not committing treason. They did not do a violent act.
None of them have been charged for that. The people that did violence got charged for violence, and we're going to look it up in a while.
That's
Like,
fine.
did anybody
I'm just
who
saying, but
just
the number of people
walked
that
through
weren't,
that building,
the number of people that have not been charged with treason, that actually did commit treason and attacks on government installations, and I do mean attacks with weapons and incendiary devices, have not been tried because of their alignment with a politician, such as our VP Harris. So if VP Harris lends aid and comfort to a treason person who's committed treason, does that mean she committed treason as well? I'm asking. If she lended aid and comfort to someone who committed treason,
yeah,
does that mean she committed treason
VP
as well? Yeah,
lent
she
aid and comfort to
such as
treason.
yeah,
Does that mean they committed treason as well? And see, we
and
have to be
aided
very careful about that word
right.
because
That's what I said.
nobody was charged or accused of that. In U.S.
Well,
law, treason means somebody that is employed by the government doing these things against the government they swore an oath to in violence.
or a civilian who doesn't work for the government but goes against the government also committed treason because they're U.S. citizens.
I don't think
That's treason. Check your court cases from World War II. There was a lot of people that were, and during the 50s, that's
yeah,
one
but
of the
we
things
have
they
to
were
be
charged with.
extremely careful about that because everybody then had been forced by
Not everybody.
draft
No, not everybody. Not everybody.
to swear that oath.
But well, I'm just saying, not everybody was had to swear that oath. Now, then again, then there are some people that also hold that, and I do mean this is a lot of people, a lot of especially veterans who have swore allegiance to the government when their enlistment is up. One of the things they say, not me, because I have not served, I was not allowed to due to health issues. Just because I am no longer in the military does not mean I personally have released myself from that oath that I swore to protect the country from domestics, foreign and domestic, and to obey all lawful orders from my superior. See, that's one rule that a lot of some soldiers forget. It's all lawful orders. You know, we didn't let the Nazis get away with, "Oh, I was just under orders." No excuse. But
And again, it's a short list
oh yeah,
available. The quick list is available at Wikipedia. Anybody who wants to rag on me about using that as a source, I rag on myself for using it, but somebody come up with a better solution. According to the Wikipedia, and there are Some of these don't have citations and links and all that, so should we count them or not? Philip Vigil and John Mitchell, convicted of treason and sentenced to hanging, were pardoned by George Washington. See the Whiskey Rebellion. So that's two.
Yep.
John Fries, the leader of the Fries Rebellion, convicted of treason in 1800. Been a minute. And pardoned that year by John Adams. That's three more. They didn't name the two accomplices. So that's five. Governor Thomas Dorr, 1844, convicted against the state of Rhode Island. See, state of Rhode Island. See the Dorr Rebellion. Hipólito Salazar, hanged on April 9, 1847, convicted of treason for rebelling against the military occupation of New Mexico in the Taos Revolt. 7.
John Brown.
And they decided that Salazar had been wrongfully convicted. The abolitionist John Brown, the first person ever, my addition, executed for treason within the United States. Treason against the Commonwealth of Virginia, red rum, and fomenting a slave insurrection for his part in the Harper's Ferry raid. Without the treason, red rum back then would have got you executed. All right, we're up to 8. Another guy that took part in John Brown's raid, 9. Here's one. Do we really want to roll back the clock, Supreme Court of the United States of America? Here's one. Ask that one guy who's supposedly, allegedly, I don't know. I don't remember anymore. I don't care, and I never did. About the upside down flag or something. Remember that a couple of years ago during the midterms?
Yeah.
William Bruce Mumford, convicted of treason and hanged in 1862 for tearing down the United States flag during the American Civil War. Huh.
Because he was
We used to
convicted.
be a far more deliberate set of
Right.
people willing to hurt each other permanently.
But one of the things that also came out in his trial was he was a Confederate sympathizer, and the war had already started by 1862.
Yep. 1922
Many
for taking part in the miners' march against coal companies. Walter Allen, that's 11. And then the United Mine Workers leader William Blizzard was acquitted of the charge in 22. Max Stephen, a German-born Detroit tavern keeper, was convicted of treason on July 2, 1942, after the jury deliberated for only 1 hour and 23 minutes. In April 1942, Stephen or Stephan harbored and fed a Luftwaffe pilot at his tavern who escaped from a Canadian POW camp.
lending comfort and aid to the enemy.
He was a first man convicted and sentenced on a federal treason charge since the Civil War. Okay. 12. Hans Max Haupt.
But it was also
Walter Otto Froehling and Otto Richard Vergen. 3 more. That's 15. Convicted of treason and sentenced to 25 years in prison on 42 in a joint indictment.
The first one you were talking about, Max Stephan, he was if you finished, he was commuted to life imprisonment by Franklin D. Roosevelt.
Yeah. I'm just talking about the conviction.
Oh, okay.
So we're up to 20, and then 3 more is 23. Paroled in 1960, 24. Sentence commuted by JFK, 25. Serve a life sentence, 26. Eva. I'm not going to mangle the rest of her name. Tokyo Rose, pardoned by Gerald Ford. 27. Mildred Gillars, also known as Axis Sally, served 12 years. 28. 29. Herbert Bergman, and then Tomoya Kawakita, sentenced to death for treason in 52. So we got 29. President John F. Kennedy released and deported them to Japan. That's it. 29 in the history of our country. Because
I seem to remember there's one not on the list because I don't know if he was actually convicted, but he was punished. It deals with, I believe it was the War of
Yes.
1812.
Yeah. Treason.
Where I do not remember his name, but when they were asked him, about what he did, he says, "I have no country." So he was sentenced to be put on ships out at sea, never to return to the United States. In fact, he was buried at sea. He lived, but I mean, he served the rest of his life out at sea. He was not allowed to read newspapers or collect letters from anybody. He just had an existence. And he was transferred from ship to ship to ship.
Yep. And now, unfortunately, or fortunately, or because life happens, I really got to pee.
Well,
4:09
I was thinking,
p.m. Emergency
if
break.
you okay, I
I
won't
gotta
say
go.
anything to get back. All
Okay.
right.
I'm gonna put the girl up. Girl up. Blam. Blam. I probably shouldn't have unmuted prior to throat clearing into the microphone, but the throat didn't want clearing until I pressed the unmuted button, and then my text shrunk to nothing. Computer, please. I better file save, just in case. So yes, the short version of that is yes of treason, but now let's do the and even this again. I wish I could get paid to get the ear of Mr. Donald Trump. He is going to be our president. Somebody get a hold of him and grab a hold of that ear like he's a bad 5-year-old kid and jerk him around by his ear and then whisper into it, "You, sir, are Machiavelli's The Prince. Please go get someone to read it to you. And understand, it is not about the prince at all. It is about the advisor. An urbane and sophisticated, jaded, wicked, evil dude like me. To protect you, even from yourself." The controversy over General Milley, I think that's his name, that nobody that purports, with or without authority or permission, to speak for our former, currently elect, and future, gosh knows I'm counting downeth the days. I hate the dude. I've been very clear about that. And I hate the absolute reality of the idea that dudes like that exist upon my planet. And I must coexist with them. It steals away all of my hope and faith and optimism. But okay. It is what it is, and he is what he is, and everybody around him needs to STFU. Except for you, George. We're getting back to it. It's on a checklist item. But so that we can be absolutely clear, and hopefully you may have misspoken about the General Milley thing. I'm not sure that's how you spell his name. I really don't care. General Milley was harsh worded by citizen former President Trump for secretly communicating with a Chinese official or military leader. Everybody that says it's because he talked crap about Donald Trump, it's not because of that. That's a serious thing. That somehow somebody said, "Man, Donald Trump, you know that guy I was secretly communicating with a Chinese leader?" And he freely admits it. And he wrote stuff about it in big. So is that treason?
If he did it while in uniform, it definitely breaks the UMCJ. But possibly, and it as a general talking to a
Communication with Chinese. Let's find out.
did he say okay? It
Here
depends on.
he is in his own words. General
I would
Milley addresses call with Chinese official. My task is blah blah blah.
depends on what he told the Chinese official.
Well, Elizabeth put in the chat timely. Let's keep it timely. I said this morning that people need to stop making up what they think Trump is going to do and what is going to happen. Live life now and prepare for a better future together and stop talking. Yes. And we discussed long and hard yesterday, and one thing I guess we'll beat it. No one's forced, no one's holding a G word to your head making you listen to this. If I'm hurting your feelings, move on. You probably have relatives somewhere in your life that they're like, oh man, you're as crazy as that Dean dude on the internet. Well, send them my way because I need some views, some likes, and some subscribers. And people to help me with this madness. We'll all grow our channel together. Stop talking poops about everyone. If Congress does its job and accuses, investigates, subpoenas to get to the truth. Yeah, but are we going to believe it? No, we're not. Half of this country is going to accuse the other half and all of the Congress of twisting it, manipulating, lying, blah, blah, blah. We don't, we say we trust our government, but then we don't trust them. True. But anyway, yes. There's links all over the place from all the newses. There's a whole PBS. Watch. General Milley explains his calls. Plural. I didn't use that word. PBS.org did. So anyway, and all the other side of my country, shut up about Trump saying that. And you know what the penalty is? That's what he tweetered or twattered or whatever the hell you call that. Truthered. If he did it on his own, I don't remember which platform he typed it, he wrote it, and he stands by it. Okay, so define treason. If the president says a thing like that, at the time that he said it, he was a former president. Because you know what? They sure didn't loud and proud admit that and go say, listen, Mr. President, I'm the general of the army. F yourself. No, they didn't stand up like big tough guys and tough guy him. Don't be doing stuff in secret. And don't do anything that makes me defend Donald Trump and make him right. Or go ahead. It's good for me. See, because I can do it. Take it in isolation. So all the rest of you dash D's and dash independents and anarchists and everybody anti-Trumpers, shut up about it. It's not a bad thing what he said. Orange man bad, we're aware, move on. And do like Elizabeth said, go find something else. Stop echo chambering where we have to hear it. So yes, bye, General Milley. Peace out, bro. He's got 4 years to sweat. I don't believe that Donald Trump would have him red rummed and strung up by the neck until DOA'd. Even if they did do all that, he'd probably pardon them. So they see, whatever. You're 7 and I'm 8, so there. My daddy'll kick your daddy's butt. I'm still trying to have levities. All right. So we clarified that one if we needed to. And as far as any comment about if the autonomous zones, that's up to the states. When they were messing around with our federal building, and I don't remember if that was Portland, Oregon, it was a court building. I don't remember if it was Portland, Oregon, or somewhere up in Washington, up on the upper left coast of America during all the autonomous zone and 500 ways to riot and excuses, nonsense, blaming poor martyred George Floyd for your garbage. I still find myself, I don't think anybody there did treason because, damn, if they didn't allow them and issue them permits. Now, if the government gave them permits, they certainly weren't treasoning, trespassing, interfering in the commerce, something. But once they got a permit, to parade or gather.
I don't think the permit covers throwing fireballs at
A federal court building.
yeah,
And when they
or
started that garbage, the
burning
President
burning
Trump,
things.
sent
Yeah.
serious law enforcement and maybe National Guards. I don't remember. I remember everybody having big panic attackies because there must have been an agent provocateur again. The left accused then FBI and President Trump himself of some guy. They had him up against the wall, and then he just turned around and walked over and got into one of their armored vehicles. And it was like, oh, see, it's instigators and agitators from Donald Trump's private reserve. It's so
Yeah.
stupid.
But I also don't think those permits covered setting other things on fires, attacking people in cars, destroying private property, or destroying public property.
But I'm very careful about the idea of, was it treason? No. Was it bad mismanagement within the state? Yes.
Yeah.
And all those individual property owners, you know what they should have done? Got the hell out of there. If that's how your state's going to run, and your city and your county, but you know why they didn't? Because
Some of them can't.
it was 4 or 5 people that were really put off in a state of millions. And like I've said repeatedly, here we go again with the repeated theme. This is what's wrong. 28, 11,
Well,
repeat.
if
It
insurrection,
did not happen to me, so it did not happen. This is the
if
motto of America.
it's a motto of some people, if insurrection is treason, then they committed treason. If insurrection isn't treason, then they didn't commit treason.
The autonomous zoners or the rioters? I mean, mostly
The the
peaceful,
ri
mostly
the rioters which later became the,
the zone
armed
people.
circle yeah, but they first started off with armed rioters, and then when they were faced with other citizens defending themselves with weapons, they were just saying, "Oh, not fair, not fair, not fair."
Yeah, I think uh and maybe that's the destiny of things. It's things like this where I always joke, be careful, don't let me get rich and famous because I'll get in power, and I say it jokingly, and why I will never. And it's another there was a lot going on. We had riots nationwide. We had these zones popping up everywhere. They did that crap in Raleigh, North Carolina. I had to go work private security to protect the peaceniks against the rest of Raleigh, North Carolina. It was like, oh, hell and no. I don't care. I made $34 an hour in a time when I was getting paid 11. And I had hoped and wished and prayed that somebody would send an angel down to speak with President at the time, Donald J. Trump, and say, seriously and furiously, now, order it to go get that useless sack of crap Barr up out of his big fat dude's bed. I hate Bill Barr. Have always since 1992. And he got up there shoulder to shoulder with Maxine Waters and brought federal charges against them cops about the Rodney King thing or civil rights cases or some federal crap for politics. You can go suck a bag of poop out of its bag with a straw, Bill Barr. And cowardice, utter disgusting cowardice in all of your dealings with former President Trump, scumbag. Okay, I got that out of my system again. But hey, anybody who happens across this, that's in a fiction movie. Although if someone said, "Wow, you talked Bill Barr into sucking turd out of a bag through a straw," I'd giggle and laugh and say, "Thank you, sir. I bring you up to late -9 bad from your -10 bad person. I don't want anybody to hurt him. I want him to realize the error of his ways and suffer inside his own skin, filled with regrets and woulda, coulda, shouldas." But I stood around for 12 hours at a time, having driven an hour to get there. Sometimes in some very dangerous crap with people doing brake checks and stomp on their brake protests, trying to smash you into the back of trucks and stuff. During all that exciting time, thinking if we only had a president, there would be FBI agents down here, DOT people snatching up those truck drivers, putting bags over their head and sending them to Guantanamo Bay, swearing in writing that we heard them say Allahu Akbar right before they did their throwing a firebomb into a sandwich shop. But we had some dude that was all worried about him. It's all right. Joe Biden is worse. I promise you. Is it treason? No. Is it dealing with the reality that you have? And so someone grab that dude's ear and tell him, "Hey man, there's a guy out there that's serious about no. Cash Patel equals no. Get yourself someone else to run the FBI." And make sure that they will tell you no, sir. But if the lonely horribly hates our lives in America, and don't get weird about it, Elizabeth, it just is what it is. Drowned at the bottom of the abyss. When these kind of things happen, you didn't go far enough with your presence in your armored vehicles at the federal courthouse. Snatch them sons of bitches up and shove them in a federal thing and keep it all out in the open. Don't let them Epstein on you. All the cameras streaming live to the internet. Look how good of care we take of these federal prisoners for whatever you call it. Violating the Riot Act. You are unlawfully assembled. You are ordered to disperse. Yeah, but the people of those states that would do nothing about it and allow it to happen, including man, that's those people's neighbors. I fled from California because California used to be the worst of that. Now it has spread everywhere. It did not happen to me. So it did not happen. I don't care if they closed down the street in front of your business and spray painted all your windows. It's cute. Yeah, them autonomous zones should have never happened. I agree 100%. And maybe charge those state people that signed off on those permits with the T word. Or use the federal government to pay for lawyers, doctors, and Indian chiefs to represent the real people, the silent, not because that's where destiny put us, because we know there's nobody there to listen. The silent majority that is deeply disheartened in America by the very vocal, very tiny minority. We should have our federal government to stomp on states that tax without representation their silent majorities. That's the purpose, I believe. Swirling back to, I don't know how we're going to do this founding documents thing. Where I have to hire a voice to read it. I'm not sure. We'll have more discussions. We'll have all kinds of stuff, Elizabeth. Because I hate that this is a union stillborn, in my humble opinion, and the rotting corpse has not got better. 250 years ain't done crap for us. Off of that soapbox, no matter how much it hurts our feelings, we're always supposed to be objective. Somebody make me a Supreme Court justice. Fire one of them scumbags. I'll go up there. Yeah, tear them a new a-hole too. Now you're going to find out the stupid guy's way of enabling these documents. Like, Supreme Court should be all over that crap, telling our other two branches, you can't vote that and sign that. That's illegal. That's against the Constitution. Don't let the legislator and the administrative and the great administrative deep slash impossible state go violate the rights of people until they violate the rights of one well connected or rich enough to fight for 15 years to get a case up in front of you idiots. This is ass backwards. Which takes us back to, oh my gosh, I loved her. I loved her. I forgive you. Call me. Let me get to the lady lawyer. I saw her name today, but I purposely forgot it. In the thumbnail image. Thank you, George, for pointing me in their direction. Oh, something must have happened.
No, I'm having to multitask.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Oh, 1, 38, 55. Oh, lady lawyer. I love them, them slash you. She said, memography. She said, just like I just said. Elizabeth and George got the email. They're in the know. For those of the rest of you that don't know, a few shows ago, I hated both of them. And by lady lawyer, I mean both of them. Dude with a beard, I've heard him identify himself as him, he. I don't care. You're a lady lawyer too. I love you. Because, especially when I have said before, it's a me thing. You know, it seems like life lifts you up a little and then it throws you down, which is worse than just spitting on you or stomping on you while you're already flat on the ground. But when you're feeling down and maybe a little drowned in an ocean of poop, and someone reaches down in there and grabs a hold of you just for a second and puts your face above the water, it's like, they are an angel. They are my savior. Even if they fail and let go, and you have to go back and drown in the poop a little more for that one moment, keep it in your mind. Stick to it. Armed attorneys. Cops are breaking the law. Can I carry at 18? There is a link in the description. Let me put the whole thing.
How do you spell loose? Is it L-O-S-S?
Spell what? Oh, the lady lawyer. I have to scroll back to my notes. She said in that video, link in the description. Oh, when I was hating on them so bad is because within the last couple weeks, they did a video and they said the unsayable, the bad words. Non-lethal and less lethal in a law enforcement environment. And I got really angry. I spoke about it on my stream that somebody go tell the lawyers, armed attorneys, I hated you. I unsubscribed your channel. Man, in their little intro, they showed what she said later. She said, I sound like an abusive husband. And I smiled. She said, system, meaning the United States system of law enforcement and court. She's far more respectful of it than me. System fails at every level. And when she said it, she was wagging that finger that I grabbed a screenshot of. And I held my breath. Then she said, poop, spelled differently on screen. And I slipped into a dream at the Beatles song below in the description. Ah, 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 ah. Which is where we get our title today. Dis-cussing. Ha ha. See my wordplay? There's just something about a woman who doesn't cuss all the time. Cussing. Especially my woman. I try to convince her, please, 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 just say the S word. Call someone a witch, and I'll imagine you said B on front. Somehow, that made my sparkly hearts fly up all around me as soon as I heard this morning, lady lawyer from the armed attorneys,
Okay.
say the S word. And I don't even remember the sentence she said it in. It doesn't matter. One word says everything, yet it hides
What the?
nothing.
Yeah.
I just messed up because I was thinking it in Spanish and looking at my English words on my screen. But yes, the whole topic of their most recent, the video is down below, linked in the description. Please, everybody, go watch it. Like their channel, subscribe their channel. Like this one particular video. Give them good comments. Do whatever you got to do. Become a member and a patron. I don't care. Me too. Us too. Help us out too. But, when you find good, help it out. Try to forget. And that whole silliness of mine about call me. I didn't look it up. It's very hard to look up things like that. She said. So let's go to 01, 45. Dean's silly. I think she said. She said it's another she said. I'll take you back. Forgive me. Kind of thing. It's kind of like that. It was a young blonde woman or old blonde girl on Gordon Ramsay's Hell's Kitchen show. And there was a chef named, I don't know his name, stolen from Hell's Kitchen. I can say that, YouTube. It's the title of a show. Hell's Kitchen. Chef Ludo. Call me. Call me.
I'm gonna give him
Sometimes
2 days to respond.
sometimes there's fan pages about this stuff. It amazes me how fandoms dot wikis dot whatever's get so serious. I'll have to look it up later. Ludo. There's his name. He got his name right. Le. It's a very not American name. Uh, Hell's Kitchen. When was he on there? Chef Masters. He was on season 8 of Hell's Kitchen in 2010 and I don't think it was season 8. Maybe it was. I don't know. Fandom. 6 chefs compete. Is it Sabrina? Is that you? Is it you, blonde girl? I mean, young blonde woman? We're getting somewhere. November 7th, 2010, on that episode, the final 6 competed in their first Black Jacket Challenge. Dinner service was a disaster, and the witchiest and most immature chef of that season was finally eliminated. Oh no. Show me a picture. This page does not have pictures. I'm trying. Stream, I'm trying live. What did I say her name was? Hell's Kitchen. Sabrina. That is her. Here we are. Meet Sabrina. Whatever. I'm not going to say her last name. I'm not doxing anybody. I love this girl. Not really. She's the one. Super good chef. Made it all the way to the top 6 or 7, whatever it was. But anyway, she was part of her challenge was something something with that Chef Ludo guy. And I've only seen this once, so forgive me. It's not perfect. It was a perfect moment to me. It stuck in my brain. He said something, and she was like, "Never mind you, Chef Ludo. You can go to hell or something." Hell's Kitchen. And then he said something else about how wonderful her sampler plate was or something. I don't remember what he said. And then she was like, "No, no, Chef Ludo. Forgive me." Or she said, "I forgive you. Call me."
Wrap it up in then the paper, because I can't use it as is.
Oh, look. Later on in life, sometime later, Miss Sabrina got some larger glasses. Perfect either way, Miss Sabrina. Done with you.
Because that's not the only one that's on there.
From
And
Hell's
it doesn't
Kitchen.
show it as broken.
Sabrina to
There it does. It does show it as
Chef
broken. I didn't see that.
Ludo. She may have said, "I forgive you."
It says may come with wear and tear from use overall. The unit comes with unit comes as picture, including a 30-day DOA warranty. I can't use it with it being broken.
Shopping with George.
But I have to zoom in to see it.
It's good stuff. It makes. And maybe I
Anyhow,
sounded a little too serious a while ago, a few minutes. But I'm still giggling. I laugh. Ha ha ha. But that's what I was absolutely thinking.
We'll see what he says. As you said, it wasn't a lot. Now, there was something I did want to show you.
It built up to it.
In a box for now. Yeah.
Where? Let's talk about. Let's talk about.
Broken baseball? Yeah, mentioned it was broken. Oh, as pictured.
What else did I have? I found you, Sabrina. Call me. Man, that was funny.
Here's flagging.
Should we go back to Strangers in the Barrio Making Trouble? 1983. Man, there's so much good about that movie. Blue Thunder. Project Thor.
Looker, leave. This is something that's being offered. It says items ending soon. Countdown began. Let's see if it's. It says Pathfinder and D&D, and it's already gone.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Shopping with George show. Something about Pathfinders and D&Ds. I don't know what he's saying. It's code. It's encryption.
Sorry. I accidentally turned my mic on because I was unplugging things.
I've been having a great time with it, letting it fill in between my my worship of life and TV shows and looking up citations. Oh well, the shopping with George show ended.
Yeah. Be right back.
Next time on a next exciting episode of Shopping with George, we will discuss nothing. Whatever happens, happens. A deep dive into the abyss. Should we go there? It's the continuation of the themes. We've covered some. Well, George is not here. Well, George is busy shopping. The George Shopping Network.
I ordered a camera to start up my channel, and it came broken, so I was typing in a letter, then I was also talking to the wife about something else.
Oh, 53, 30. We interrupt. Shopping with George to bring you yuck. Sorry, it is kind of a drag, but we have to fact check ourselves and make sure we don't misinform. And we are not promoting any kind of violence. If we do use the word treason, we're trying to use it very carefully and think it out and talk it out and debate it out and reason it out. Well, neither one of anybody's taking any stance and making any statements of blah de blah, especially if it involves violence. All we're talking about is yip yapping. To bring you, say their names. The immediate casualties, in my sense, I'm talking about, ended up unalived. Militaries means hurt in any way. It's any way hurt is a casualty. Even if you hurt their feelings, I understand these days. That's a mental casualty, emotional, spirituals, whatever you call yourself, sparkly esoterics these days. Still getting kind of goofy. Gotta be.
Dean,
It's
you want
gallows
to do me a
humor.
favor and take this injection for me?
Absolutely. I would.
If you could. I know.
If it would
I'll be
do
right back.
you any good, yes.
It would probably do you harm. Yeah, you're skinny.
That's all right. I'd say, well, I'd have to tell my Priscilla's, my good woman. She said it was okay last night. Don't do it too much, but I understand. Well, it's all George's fault. I gotta go eat me a whole box of nutty bars. Man, I like them peanut butter chocolate cookie wafer things. Not a sponsor, but you could be. You know, the dude we talked about yesterday's got the Pop Tarts. Just saying. For those of you that don't know. Oh my gosh. And they got bought by the Girly Girl Company. Little Debbie. Oh, little Debbie, how do I love you? Let me eat up the ways. In nutty bars. 1, 2, 3. It takes 3 bites to get to the center of a lollipop. Old TV commercial. Let me get some images up here. All the bad things, all the theme songs, Twix, Rolos. You can roll a Rolo to your pal. Yep. Somebody get me a doctor. You can buy them at Amazon. They're bad for you. Yada, yada, yada. Oh, yep. Somebody give me a shot. It's a Van Halen song. The original Van Halen, the real one. Squirrel. See how goodly I take opportunities to get distracted? The immediate casualties, there are 4. We're going to say their names. We're going to read them into the record without any judgments, with total sadness and condolences to those left behind. With no attribution of anything. On January 6, 2021, where are they? Hello? Where are you? Where is my friggin' checklist? I did too much in the description today. I did it. Here we go. And here we go again. I was going to make notes in the description. I was going to do this. I was going to do that. I'll talk about it in just a second. Or a minute. So let's just do an indent there. That's going to turn up as a space bar or a non-print character. The tab gets converted at the YouTube comment. Ryan Sicknick, the law enforcement officer that passed away the next day. That causes me a spiral out of control about a big bad thing. I don't even want to get into it. Do you believe? Is it a pattern? Is it the matrix? Is it destiny? Is it a plan, confluence, coincidence? I don't know. It's a heartbreaker to me. Personally, I empathize with the others in a recently Los Angeles sheriff's department deputy who got ambushed and unalived. I'll get back to it. It won't leave me. Brian Sicknick and his not married other. No, no ownership papers on each other. You poor dear, dear lady. I'm so sad for you. For all of the reasons. Mrs. I understand. Ashli Babbitt with none of my usual smarm and gallows garbage. And family, friends, associates. She was very popular on some social medias. People who followed her on social medias. She is the only DOA by violence on January 6, 2021. I do believe. And maybe Joe R. never has ever mentioned any of these names. Trump, even though I believe it's parading a corpse mentions Ashli Babbitt oftentimes. Maybe Trump will make January 6th an Ashli Babbitt Day. Should we say, well, that would be rewarding bad behavior? No. She paid the ultimate price for her mistake and the mistake of everybody all around her. And the mistakes of the universe, you lefty libby sparkly dust randomness people. Oh, it was just the randomness of the universe. It just happened. We should celebrate it. This is the one that made me say, oh, you see, it was meant to be. Not really. And I don't know, I don't have a pronunciation key. Howard Liebengood or Liebengood said to me, to my mind, strangers in the barrio making trouble. The Jaffo in 1983's Blue Thunder. We're going to deep dive into that one and the 1989 Abyss movie in a while. Going back to my movie nuttery. The young guy was named Liebengood with an MMM, Liebengood. I said, oh, the destiny of it all. This is one of the law enforcers that long tail ended and unalived themselves. So is Jeffrey Smith. All the details, and here we go. All you dash R's, give me some hate dislikes and type me how stupid I am in my comments so that my numbers can pick up. Because, yep, I put a link in my thing to factcheck.org. It's a starting point. It has a collection of information on a single page that has stayed static since 2021. It's not a living document like we went and looked at earlier, and at the bottom of the page they footnote any change they made and when it was made. It was a very good source when I asked the G bar, the search bar, how many died as a result of the Capitol riot? I didn't call it a Capitol riot. I said, how many died at the Capitol on January 6, 2021? It was about the 8th or ninth result down. Go ahead. But, well, you're hating. Hate click. Hate type. I need algorithms. The one I thought, and here I am fact checking myself, because I have not followed up. I have other things to do in my life since January 6, 2021. I thought, and so did everybody else, that a woman had been stampeded or crushed or crowd crushed to unalived. No, she OD'd. I promise you the stress and tension of the crushing and the stampeding didn't help. Like, I didn't go read. They have links at the factcheck.org. It's very thorough. I looked at some of their fact checker links to their external sources. I did not look at autopsy papers for the poor lady, and I didn't record her name here. I probably should have, but you can go look it up. I holla to her and her family and friends as well. Hey, everybody addicted to the amphetamines and they blame at factcheck.org a commonality that it's been, and it really upset me in the last few years. It's been in the last 5 years that I think it's the FDA that regulates RXs, but you really can go get pure amphetamines, amphetamine, singular or plural, for your adult onset ADD. And they hinted at that without just somebody, whoever was typing that, wrote something on that fact check page about commonly prescribed for ADD. Well, it's the primary component of methamphetamine as well, peoples. I don't care. I said non-judgmentally, at least for the big four. I'm trying to remain absolutely just sads for everybody associated, affiliated with that horrible day in our nation's history. But because I said somebody was stampeded or crushed, and it was a she, her, yesterday, when I found out today, Dean, you're wrong. Well, there it is. I fixed it. The only four that are direct causation, not correlation and not coincidentals. Direct, easily attributable are the four up on the screen again. I don't know the right words. We all say, I'm sorry, my condolences. That's all we can say. Or me, we being me, all of me. I don't know better words or smarter words or whatever. Somebody else can help me out with that. Brian Sicknick, Ashli Babbitt, Howard Liebengood or Liebengood, Jeffrey Smith. Name January 6, 2021, after them. Carve their names in some stones up there. I don't care. And without it, without making a monument to it, go see tearing down all your monuments and statues. Eventually, the digital internet's all it would take is one. I'm not speaking to the Chinese. I'm saying keep your stuff to yourself, enemies of America, secret squirrels. Don't be EMPing. Don't pulse our digitals. But without some other form, if all my digitals got lightning struck, I'd have no recollection of all this. It's not in writing. Somebody go read their names into the record at the Congress without tying it to a crazy investigation and all 700 other amendments. Just, hey, I'm going to take my minutes and gavels and introduce a bill to read. All we're going to do with this is read it into the record. These four names. Off the, say their name, box, and on to, let's do Blue Thunder first. Why? Because I say so. Blue Thunder, 1983. 10/10. The destiny, the timing, the everything. In 1983 in particular, I needed me a super movie that I could just lovey-dovey for all the reasons. There it was. The TV show series that came later, I know it existed. I tried once to watch an episode while it was fresh and new on television. Nope, I just went back and stick to the movie. Roy Scheider, I believe he is passed. I think. I don't know. More candy. Elizabeth, do you remember when me and Dave and others would say that about his dog named Brandy? More brandy. Oh, Kate. You drive or fly with the angels. I don't remember what the quote is. Candy Clark. She's been in many. Warren Oates as the commander or Captain Braddock. And here it is. Daniel Stern was Liebengood. JAFO. They gave him a hat that says JAFO. I'm not telling you what it means. You go look it up yourself. World famous Malcolm McDowell. He's been in everything. A Clockwork Orange. And in this movie, it's kind of a spoiler. If you don't like spoilers, go away. Say nanny, nanny, I don't hear you. His little catchphrase in the movie is he makes little pistoli fingers and works his thumb hammer and says, "Phew, catch you later." Many famous superstars in 1983's Blue Thunder. And it really did look like a 1970s movie. It didn't look like a 1980s movie. I'm going to show some pictures because every frame of pause. Let me on your show, Mauler. I'll shut up about other stuff if you let me talk about movies 24 hours a day. Just kidding. That's where I really want to fix your CCs and subtitles, but with screenshots for the ones that the bot misinterpreting that turns into memery gold to me. I'll get screenshots of the before and after. Blue Thunder. It's everybody in America and the world and the WWW can easily go look up synopsis and reviews and everything else. I'm not spoilering it to death. About this was about secret squirrel government nonsense going on. That's where the quote comes from. Strangers in the barrio making trouble. A councilwoman that got red rummed, meaning a city councilwoman of Los Angeles, got red rummed. And some of her notes reference Project Thor and strangers in the barrio making trouble, kind of like a false flag operation kind of thing, so that they could arm with all this new technology straight out of Tron and all this other stuff and Gatling G words, civil or civilian or non military police helicopters. This is the city councilwoman or congresswoman. I don't know what she was. Robin Braxton, you did great. And I made it big screen. Now I'm making it off screen. There's the amazing Blue Thunder helicopter number 02. Thor. Project Thor equals, man, the old days of green screen. And that was considered super advanced on a portable computer screen. Tactical helicopter offensive response. See, even back then, everybody was worried about being offensive. And the early word proposed use of military copters, hoppers, haha, to quell disorder. So when I say things and George says things like, if there's disorder like an autonomous zone, and we say, you know what you should do? Send in a Thor helicopter and light the city up. We're just joking. We're making really high IQ Tizimic throwback references to this movie. Just kidding. It's just a movie. And the TV show that came after. Currently on special assignment. Project Thor. There it is. They're talking about the bad guy. And this is the Liebengood. There's so much about this movie. He checks his sanity on his watch, and when somebody yells that at the commander, it might be the bad guy played by McDowell, tells him something about he checks his sanity on his watch. The commander guy, I just said his name a while ago and I already forgot, says, "Well, what do you check yours on, a dipstick?" Man, that guy is great. This is what cops really use. Life imitates art, imitates life. I wonder if they named the model. Yep, it's Patty Clifton, starred as the look down her shirt roller waitress. I think it was roller skate waitress. In them satiny hot pants. Even though they were shorts, they called them, whether they were pants or shorts, they call them hot pants. Super satiny, painted on. We used to have a near where I grew up at the end of Delmar Boulevard was an A&W root beer roller skating waitress place. Look at them big old green screens they had in 1983. Giant letters. You could get 80 characters width, not pixels, characters width across that screen. But this is the portable terminal that lives inside a helicopter. And that's where everywhere you point the helmet, the Gatling six-barreled pew pew goes. Amazing stuff. There she is, Candy. More brandy, more candy. She drives or flies with the angels. Let's find it. I gotta look it up. I gotta get the quote right. Blue Thunder, quote, with the angels in the city of angels. You're really riding with the angels, sweetheart. Watching Kate drive. This is one of the bad guys, one of the strangers that goes into the barrio and makes the trouble. Yes, on a Saturday night special or a snub-nosed 38 caliber revolver, you must put the thumb down. Otherwise, don't put your thumb down. I like skylines. See? It ain't all about bumps in people's clothing with me. I really, really like, especially in my home city. Which reminds me, everybody go jump over there. I think it's called Collateral. Tom Cruise, somebody else. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. But the city is a star. The City of Angels is a star in that movie. There's the Captain Commander guy, probably at the point he's saying, "Well, what do you check your sanity on, a dipstick?" And then they spy in the window on a necked lady. She is necked. Title screen. Connect the dots. You get letters. That's how it used to be. Huge pixels. Look at them good old 1 Adam 12 rolling iron Detroit Motor City baby coppery cars. Without our movies, we'd have no remembering. I don't know if Salem is still a smoke brand. I wonder what was 589. Probably a whole carton of those things. Yeah, it might be right. In 83, the local place where I would play Galaga, it's a video game. Uh, Galaga at they're called liquor stores in Los Angeles, California, but everybody else, they're not called that. Out here, if you didn't know, Elizabeth, You could only buy booze at one place. You can buy a drink of beer and wine at a convenience store. And a cig machine. 1983. I could change a $1 bill into 4 quarters. Convenience. Because spellering is my specialty. How about now? Convenience. I apologize for the delay. Not attached to a gas station. Just a liquor store. They sold liquor and beer and wine and potato chips, and I don't know why they didn't sell their cigs over the counter. They had them in a vending machine. That's another thing we used to have.
Did y'all have drive-through
Oh
beer
gosh,
stores or
yes.
liquor? Because that's a
Yep.
big thing in Texas is drive-through beer and wine stores that also sell liquor.
Yeah, one day I'll tell you some stories about Laverne, California. Hostage rescue at a McDonald's and the local, it was called a drive-through mini mart. And they sold everything out of there. Me and my dog. Look at the VW bug. Was that you, Elizabeth? She never owned an army drab green VW Beetle. Anyway, I used to could change a $1 bill into 4 quarters, stick 3 of them in 1983, because I was 18 then, into the cigs machine and get a pack of cigs that would last me months and
I
throw
take it
that
that you
last.
were eight.
I was what?
I take it you turned 18 when it was still legal to drink at 18.
It still sort of is. And go see that video about the armed attorneys. And I love her again. I want her to forgive me for talking ugly about both of hers. You were doing shopping when I was explaining that I'm trying not to be ugly to the other bearded. He identifies as him. I love them both. They were talking about G words in Texas and how the whole thing is stupid because 18-year-olds can use G words and have them and carry them. But everybody forgot to, or purposely or willfully forgot to tell the police and the courts, or they're just willfully ignoring it.
Yeah, the age of purchasing went up, but not the age of carrying.
And so I've always had the problem with, you know, same thing. I'm not going to be the first one in the United States and elsewhere to say if I'm old enough to go get in my military and go overseas and take one in the face for apple pie, I can have beer too.
That okay, you just hit on a big protest that they had during the 60s, and that was if I'm a legal age to be drafted and go die for my country, I should be able to have a beer
Yeah.
or a drink.
And
And
so
it was lowered.
technically it is legal for you to have beverage, but every state is still allowed. Somebody sue the damn Supreme Court to put an end to this. We need
The
nationwide uniformity that when you're
well,
18, you can drink. If the states want to not let you buy it until you're 21, that's their business. But if you were old enough
used
to vote and old enough to drive and
well,
old enough to
yeah,
everything else and get married and all that other stuff and enter into long-term death-defying, you'll never get out of this debt contract like college, then you can damn well have a beer.
yeah, or whatever. what I was fixing to say was, then in the late 80s, they raised the national drinking age to 21 because first the states did it, and the GIs on base could go get something to drink at the NCO club or something like that, and then the military also raised the drinking age to 21 for their bars, not for the going to buy it and drinking it at your uh, barracks, but it's very convoluted, and the mad mothers
His mother
need
was
to
one of those. She has been severely injured 2 or 3 times by drunk drivers.
yes, but I'm just saying the organization mad need to realize, quit blaming the alcohol and blame the person that was driving drunk.
Yes.
If you teach your kids that there are consequences to breaking the law, and driving while impaired due to drugs and alcohol is breaking the law. Because I just remember what my dad said, I don't care what time of night it is. If you're inebriated and you can't drive, give me a call. I'll arrange for a taxi or come get you. I might be initially upset, but if you drive drunk and get caught, you're bailing yourself out of jail.
Elizabeth threw up in the chat. Appeals, then Fed appeal, and then, if not granted, an application to SCOTUS, which may or may not decide to hear. Yeah, I tell you what, go please. They said it so much better than me. And I don't know if anybody else is listening, at least not live. I hope. And man, we did good yesterday. Hang on, let me check something. Yeah. I'm sorry, people. We're on an interlude. I remember where we were at. That's how we do. We follow the facts wherever they lead. I mean, the squirrels. Squirrels. This is so different and backwards. We're the nuts chasing the squirrels. It doesn't make sense. Put it in our horror movie. We got 3 watching. Viewer or listener number 3. Send us a sign. Send us I don't know, shine the bat signal up in the sky. One of us will see it. No, we won't. We're all indoors doing online streamery stuff. I wanted to show vidges. Nope, lives. Yesterday, we got 36 views. I don't believe that's gone up. I took a screenshot a few hours ago. That's not bad. Look at 2 days ago, 9. Look at 3 days ago, 59. And I don't care if it's bots or if it's people that got lured in and only stayed long enough for it to count as a view. They stayed that long. Thank you, every one of you. Love ya. Call me. Yep. 3 watching. Viewer number 3. Spread the word. If you're getting tired of me or anybody else, get 2 to
No,
replace you. Tell 2 friends and they'll tell 2 friends and so on and so on and so on. It's a shampoo commercial from the 70s and 80s.
I
Yes.
remember when I turned
Mad.
18. When I turned 18, some friends took me to my very first more grown up friends, older friends, took me to my very first topless bar.
I did that
After
underage too. I mean, I didn't. No, it never happened. When all the old guys finally found out in blackjacks, all the videos and whatever the musics of blackjacks are on my videos feed. We were supposed to fly away to London, spend a couple years doing England and Australia and other places in Europe, and then get brought back to America as a British band, punk rockers. Because for whatever reason, since the Beatles and the Rolling Stones, it just wasn't commercially viable for 4 or 5 Los Angeles guys to have a rock and roll or punk rocker or whatever, a musical band. Yeah, Van Halen stole that thunder. There was
Well,
something I
so
was
did
gonna.
Kiss.
There was something I was gonna say. Oh yeah, but about the don't blame the inanimate object and the problems with our system. Please, please, everybody. If you won't listen to my videos or my blackjacks, musacs, moot, whatever, hop over to the link in the description. And I think I put it in the chat. The armed attorneys, listen carefully to what they say about all the BS. Wow, Elizabeth. They well explain, and it is both of them. It takes two very good YouTube personality attorneys who are both very good working attorneys to try to explain how the court ruled something but stayed their own ruling so that it could not go up any higher or sideways or anywhere. That is the most. Do you believe in destiny? Be careful, like, think how glad I am. I don't know. I don't mean think how glad. Let me try to express how glad I am. The number one, they covered her rather large chest with things at the bottom so that I was not man distracted, even though I don't like large chests on women's. Yay, they did that. And she does neat hands things and has very attractive hands to my thing. Go study my Flickr page and search for hands. I have a thing about hands and photographing hands and studying hands. But the dude, too, they both did really good explaining the utter black hole. It's not even, it's a fate worse than death. Getting involved or being dragged into law enforcement, courts, whatever. Yep. Don't listen to me say it. Go listen to her say it. Or either her. I keep saying. Either him, either whatever's. Either they, either lawyer. They probably don't like that either. Attorney. It's the name of their channel. The appeal on that is going to be heard a discussion on that this week. Does a judge have the power to simply refuse to move a case ahead so it can be appealed and brought up? Yeah, they explain it and they provide links in that one video. The video of today. See but had I fired them last week and don't show me content from these people because it really, and when I fire somebody, they're done. They're fired. Huh. See Donald Trump in the Apprentice show. That was his thing. It's huge. You're fired. I know. I apologize, Mr. Trump. It's the best I can do. Your voice is so much better and unique. Beep, beep, beep the nose. It's just a thing. Usually I see dog noses and I have to take my index finger very carefully separated and fingertip. Man, look how long her finger is. Are you a pianist? and beep, beep, beep it all over a dog nose. Mary something, can't remember her name right now, from The Abyss, 1989. She was beeping the nose of the water creature, the CIA alien space invader at the bottom of the ocean. For those of you that don't know, Mary something, we'll get to her. We're going to deep dive into The Abyss soon enough. This was the sister of Tony, yes, that Tony, in Al Pacino's Scarface, 1982. I believe. I think I'll have to look it up to make sure the year is right. Scarface, 80s. Cuban refugees. The same thing that Donald Trump is saying is going on with our border now was exactly what was going on from Cuba with love in the late 70s, early 80s. They made a whole movie about it called Scarface. Everybody knows all the quotes. Let me introduce you to my little friend.
Yeah, the Cuban boat people, as they were called.
I had an encounter with them many years later, or some years later. The ones that were really the ones that equate or could be equivocated to or equivalenced to the bad guys that Donald Trump talks about were a gang, loosely organized criminals, Cuban refugees gang. I don't even care to say this correctly. Marielito. Marielito. Gangs are groups of Cuban men who were involved in criminal activity after immigrating to the United States in the 1980s. And this is very soft souled. Some of us were around, including President Trump then. I mean, almost. President elect. Yup, yup, yup. See how I slipped that in there, George and Elizabeth? He
Yep.
is your president.
He's not my president, but he's our president.
I was speaking specifically to the never Trumpers that say, not my president.
Then
At
it
least
must
that's what
not
they
be
did in
your country.
16, 17, and 18. Then they got tired of it and wore out. The Mariel boat lift, Spanish Éxodo del Mariel, was a mass emigration of Cubans. That's why they call them boat people or banana boat people, who traveled from Cuba's Mariel harbor to the United States between April 15th, blah, blah, blah. The, all right, now, without all of the soft sell, I'm going to ask Google Bar something, and I'm doing it on screen. If I ever have to go back and blur this portion of the video, I will. Did Fidel Castro help Cuba? Of course he did. Empty his prisons during the boat lift. NPR says debunking the myths about Castro. This was in February 23. During our reporting, we heard one story over and over again that Fidel Castro had emptied his prisons to fill the boat lift. No, see, here we go with words, NPR. This is why I love you. I thank you for the information, but Trump, Musk, and Ramaswamy, however he says his name, have all threatened to just kill NPR. It's public funding. Here we go with that word mincing, what I call an outhouse attorney. emptied his prisons to fill. See what they did there? As if everybody that came from Cuba, the accusation or information is the rumor. We heard one story over and over again. Nobody has ever in my life have I heard, including the bad guys that were emptied out of prisons, were all go see Scarface. I'm a political prisoner, refugee. Libertad, libertad. They were wicked, evil, bad guys. They didn't fill. They didn't dump 200 and however many thousand that was, whatevers. They didn't have that many people. They didn't have that many prisoners. It's a tiny little island. Go look at the prison at Guantanamo Bay. NPR. No, I'm sure that's easily debunked. Here they go again. NPR. Emptied the prisons to fill. No. To occupy some of the very few seats that those very few, very wicked. Here, the Wikipedia says, NPR, take this. In November 78, Castro's government met in Havana with a group of Cubans living in exile, agreed to grant amnesty to 3,600 political prisoners. And I'm not reading it. And dot dot, you go read it yourself. There is some truth, and I know because I just said I had a first-hand encounter with some of these special types that got out of Cuba. They nearly unalived my little cousin, who's not my cousin by blood, but he's my cuz. Because he was looking at their hoe, at their roller skating in a college parking lot in very almost undressed. A South American, we used to call G-strings and thongs something types of bikinis because of from South America where they were very popular. I forget what they're called. Butt floss. That kind of chick. And because he was looking at her through his binoculars, a bunch of 20 somethings came over and hurt him a lot. Backed all their crap with blah, blah, blah. Cuban refugees. That's the name of their little cheap crap 7-man Los Angeles gang. And they were very proud of it, how they'd been red rummers and the opposite side of whatever Civil War crap was going on in Cuba. That they lost to Castro. So, of course, Castro put them in prisoner as enemy combatants and warriors. Oh, for politics, yeah. And he purposely sent them here. I don't care what all these things say. July 10th, 1983, from the Washington Post. I know they're bad too. They're Trumplicans. They were back in 1983. They had looked 40 years into the future. The Washington Post and said, man, Dean's going to need this to defend Donald Trump's statements about some people coming over our border came out of prisons. Here it is. Thanks, Washington Post, 1983. And I can hear it already. You know what? Everybody who doesn't want to believe it, because I said the word, damn it. And F you, Washington Post, with your paywall that is killing my computer. How about that? I see it, Elizabeth. But I'm on a roll and on a ranty mode. Huh. Scarface. 1980X. I don't remember right now. I think it's 82. Crew! Prisoners over our borders. Blam! 1983. Thank you, Washington Post. Hearty heart heart, I guess. It says Castro regime announces that all Cubans wishing to immigrate to the U.S. free to board the boats at the Havana. I can't view it. It's behind a paywall. This was it. History.com 09. There was no Donald Trump, you people. Your favorite history.com. Did they do wrong because they could see into the future too? Then why didn't they see January 6th in the future and advise Mr. Trump not to be there? Oh yeah, strangers in the barrio making trouble. That's right. I got it. I remember. I remember. All right. Back off that box. I don't even remember what started me on it. Here we go again. Back to this. Galaga. SIGs. I could play Galaga for about 5 hours on that one quarter and use my pack of SIGs. In 1983, I remember what got me here. Trying to figure out what was 589 at the JR Market. At the junior market with little clown feet. Yep. When they raised the price in either the summer of 1983 or the fall when I started the high school, they raised the price from 75 cents to $1 for the brand of smokes that I like to choke on for maybe uh half a year. I quit. I fired choking on cigs. Man, $1 a pack. Highway robbery. I spread out the chat. All right, I'm back to the chat, Elizabeth. I apologize. The appeal on that is going to be heard a decision on. I think I read this one. Heard. Sorry, folks, if I'm reading it again. It's deja vu. Heard a decision on that this week. Does a judge have the power to simply refuse to move a case ahead so it can be appealed and brought up? I am old. The reality was many Americans kept witching with a bee that Cuban prisons were filled with political prisoners. So he said, having them all. A few months later, USA said, oh, they are felons. Take them back. So they said, catch them, we will take them back. See, I didn't even know that part. Catch as catch can. It's another Van Halen song, lyric, passage. Little guitars. Scrolling, scrolling. Yep. Sig's got worth a buck a pack. And Dean said, no, just say no. Says where you can see inside. This is a liquor store, what down in here in the South they call an ABC store. But they were still convenience stores because there's big boxes of powdery Tide detergent. Circus liquor. That would explain why there's clown shoes. There's the poor councilwoman or whatever she was, congresswoman, I don't know, being treated badly. This is the helicopter lighting the place up on the test range. Oh, they did Wicked Evil. That's a very serious looking face, Mr. Helicopter Pilot Roy Scheider. Murphy. Boom. Something went boom. There he is checking his sanity on his watch. Continuing. Scrolling. 7-Eleven. They recently took over the big, I can't remember the name. I have their prepaid gasoline card in my wallet. Who remembers payphones? I found one recently, a real live working one. I took a photo of it from the vehicle. I did not walk up to see, like, is it $27 now to make a payphone work? I remember when payphones and stamps were a dime and we both thought they were extremely expensive. And there's another catchphrase or a phrase. When you hear people say drop a dime on somebody, because that was the price of a telephone call. Poppers. These are all not very good pictures from the movie. I know. All the dudes want me to scroll back to that way. Hey, wait. What about the naked chick? You can go watch the movie. I didn't even look up if it's free anywhere. You people can figure it out. No file. They deleted his file while he was looking at it. There he is. Liebengood. Richard. There, see, there's the scrap of paper left over from the lady that got unalived by the bad guys. It says Thor on it. They just seem to have a lot of repeat, repeat. There she is. Get your good look. Ain't got nothing showing. She's a contortionist. Somehow a cop car bust in half. It got shouted in half. Oh my gosh, there's so much good in Blue Thunder. Government, government contractors, military people, corruption, collusion. And then I got Pete. We walked long and hard through Blue Thunder. Took us down good roads. Me, anyway. I don't know. Everybody else. We'll run another exciting episode of Shopping with George when I get back. Where you at, girl? Get up there. Where you at, words? I'll be right back. Ready, kids, here we go. Yep, I covered up the whole screen with the notepad again. I keep trying to tell myself, don't be doing that. I listened to a few minutes of and look at my history. When evil follows. I didn't look at that. I looked at the girl, but I didn't look at it. I held my mouse over it. Sometimes when you mouse over things, it marks it into your history. Cops are breaking the law. Can I carry at 18? 13 minutes, 29 seconds. And see, because I put it back some. I watched it all the way through, I think 3 times. That's another one I held my mouse over. Indoor range training session. Make the most out of a lane. I'm going to leave that one. Here it is. Muller and Metal celebrate their 10-year YouTube anniversary, but it's also a celebration of Metal Commander getting 10,000 subscribers. Something I was just talking about made me think of something they said in there. And then I forgot. Oh well. Yep. Just like that. It'll come back to me later. Let's do Scarface. What year is it? What year is it on Earth? Scarface at the IMDb. Not the original. Not the 1932. That's another fantastic movie. Oh, it's 83? I thought it was 82. Is it coincidence? How could I misremember that? Blue Thunder and Scarface came out in the same year? Maybe. See why. It's a good thing I left the X up there. 1983. Oh, Michelle Pfeiffer. We already discussed that. Her. I shouldn't call her that. Yesterday on live streaming, because I happened across some other movie she was in free. And I don't know that it's in my history. I don't know if I stayed logged in. Hold the line a second. So sorry. Got choky strangling. I don't know that it's passed. Anyway, it was her and Han Solo. Some movie. Drama, thriller. Ghosts, goblins. Not going to spend too much time on Scarface. It is fabulous. The world is mine and everything in it. Not Scarface, but the Altadena fire just took away the church on Lake in Altadena and the east side of the street, and your favorite pink prison is partially not safe. Peace out, G. It's time for some urban renewal. Is that why they started the fire? Is it uh, whatever that movie was I was talking about yesterday? Close Encounters. Is it the train crash with the train hauling chemicals so that they could get everybody out of there so that the government can go in and meet the UFOs? Or like was also happening back in the 70s and 80s, where they're burning them out for urban renewal. The big developers need the land to put up their 70-story buildings. So look it up yourself. Or is it just a forest fire? Because those things happen, and they happen seriously. Holy cow. I hope Julie's okay. She lives right damn near there. I think it's been a long time, but last time I ever did any looking or thinking or how somebody I know doing still showed on that street. Be safe, Julie, be safe. And family. I don't know where any of them are at anymore. All right, so we figured out Scarface was 1983. Everybody used the acronym MADD equals mothers against drunk drivers. I think might be drunk driving. Let's look it up. MADD, enter. Mothers Against Drunk Driving. Apologize, and I correct. Oh, they're a real deal. Since 19, did I say 80 or 60? Sorry, old man eyes. Since 1980, MAD has worked to end drugged and drunk driving. It made me laugh because I did once upon a time in California in some subdivision or county or city.
The problem is the MAD doesn't have realistic goals. They don't want to end just drunk driving. They want to end people consuming alcohol.
Well,
Whereas the
good luck to
offshoot
them.
of MAD, which is SAD, which is Students Against Drunk Drivers, where they sign an oath saying they won't drive while inebriated. And then they have another oath that they sign that, oh wait, I won't drink while I'm underage or anything like that.
Yeah, they got up right now. You can sign a pledge on their website. I went to it. Dry
But anyhow,
January pledge.
one of the things I think MAD should do, if they want to do that, is raise money to start a cab company and hire some people that where if you are inebriated and you need a ride home, you can get a cab ride for free. That would
Oh,
end this, or it won't end. It would severely reduce. But you're always going to have some nut job who thinks, "Oh, I'm a better driver drunk than I am sober."
well,
And
if we had some
and
serious penalties for serious stuff and stopped saying diminished capacity and people make mistakes, but that's me being a closed-minded butthole. Just saying.
well, if you drive drunk and someone had offered you a ride and they can prove it, then they should have a penalty beyond that. Now, there are exceptions to most rules, such in case of emergency, you need to get someone to a hospital. You've been drinking, you're not, and you need to get them there because, the ambulance can't get there fast enough or whatever. Okay. Long as you don't wreck and kill somebody. It used to be in Cumberland County, if you were inebriated, this was a program started by Chief Henson. It doesn't exist anymore. Where if you were drunk, all you had to do is call the police department, the 911, and they would make arrangements for you to get home for free, no charges, regardless of your age.
Damn it. Lost a viewer. Come back, viewer. It's all right. See, that's what we get. Talking
But
about them Cubanos.
mad has become where they don't want to ease the issue of drunk driving. They want to just punish.
And I will, not like we're actually doing anything about it other than discussing it. I say yes to everything you said except my agree to disagree, sir. No exceptions.
Well, that's one reason growing up, and for the most part, when my friends would go drinking, I was the designated driver.
I have been that
You
way
know,
many, many times.
bars used to have, if you were the designated driver, you drank your soda pop for free.
Or coffee, or yeah, your soft beverage. You can have all you want for free. Especially because usually that meant your crazy friends who pay $6. I don't know how much they are anymore. Back then, you could buy a whole suitcase of Mr. Beer for like $3, 24 cans. Or you could go buy an equally sized ounces of tap crap at the place and pay $5 for it. Plus, you gotta tip the barkeep, the barista, whatever they call themselves these days.
Well, if they're serving coffee, they're barista. If they're serving alcohol, they're bartender.
Or barkeeps, or I don't know. I've heard all the names.
Well, barkeep, someone who owns and then owns the bar.
So we got Mad. We got there you go.
That
Go see Coyote Ugly. They're the girls that jiggle around on the bar. Yeah, that's what happened. I saw it in a movie. It's got to be true. Uh, Shoot, I forgot to push the button on my machine. Next break. Remember, Dean. All right, what other something? I was looking for something that I wanted to provide a reference or whatever. Oh, I was gonna giggle. Organically, holistically, organically, like just happened. I'm saying it with love and laughing with ourselves because we're old men, George. George said, cab company. As if Uber and Lyft and all the rest don't exist.
I'm just
Yes,
saying,
from
if they
whence
really
we
wanted,
came, you should make arrangements with a cab company.
some bars that used to do that, they had arrangements that if the person was inebriated, voluntary left their keys behind. The bar would make sure that they got home by paying for the cab company to take them home or to the barracks or to the dorm or whatever, and they could come get their keys the next day. Again, another program that stopped.
As if pay to ride programs don't exist. And that's me being extra old. By program, I mean solution, not app. Yeah, they all work through an app or a website or a whatever. Yada, yada, yada. And there's still cab companies places. We're just giggling. Take it easy, kids. And I did say above. Don't blame the inanimate object. And I know that's. Oh, I remember what I was going to say. Back in the county, in the 1980s and early 1990s, apparently, very few of us remember this. They did not have a wide spread following, even in California. It just went nowhere. In Los Angeles County, MAGA meant mothers against G-word assault. It didn't stick. I'm sure that they don't have a registered trademark or copyright somewhere. But every time I see Donald Trump and he stole that word from Ronald Reagan, the phrase. But whatever. Ronald Reagan didn't copyright it either. The red hats make me giggle. Oh, you're against G words? Now, if we search, I'm sure it will tell us lots of modern age stuff and how MAGA or MAGA or MAGA, however you say it. If you put that against G words, it's going to tell you how all the modern variants hate the MAGA people. I'm not even going to try to look it up. It's anecdotal. It was a very tiny group, and they would always try to, like, wherever MAD was standing around with their picket signs, they'd try to blend in with them. It didn't work. Should we interlude and look up what is Elizabeth talking about? Altadena, CA fire. Wow, houses are on fire. Go see ya. Oh no, my stuff fell over. Pacific Palisades. There's a lot of fires cooking in California right now. Oh, and they got the winds. Are they Santa Ana winds? If it blows down from the mountains, it's called a Santa Ana wind. If it blows in off the coast, it's just called wind. Eaton. Eaton Canyon is just above. Here's Pasadena. Just north of Pasadena, straight up this road. Both of these roads right sure. Probably right here. At the end, I think it's Lake Avenue that dead ends into Eaton Canyon. I don't know. I guess I could click the map and find out. Check that out. It's amazing, this computer magic. Square pins are ads. Okay, no thank you. Please be quiet. That's all the way to Temple City. You've come a long way, baby. They showed Malibu and the Pacific Palisades fire. The iconic beachfront is mostly burned. Is it the lasers again? Somebody get a hold of Marjorie Taylor Greene and find out. Ask her to stir some tea leaves and let us know. What is Reds? Road closed. Wow, look at all the roads closed. On the 210 freeway, at Victory Park. Eaton Fire was updated 3 hours ago. Hastings Ranch, that's where lots of people go around the Hastings Ranch and Sierra Madre area. That's where people store their horses. It's a popular horse place. Oh, look, there's a Jack in the Box. But the road's closed. You can't go there. No tacos for you. Pasadena. There's Loma Alta. Horses get stored up there on Loma Alta Drive as well. Altadena Drive. Zoom. Zoom, zoom, zoom. There it is. I was right. Lake Avenue. Somewhere up in this area of Lake Avenue. Above Altadena Drive is the world famous Fox's restaurant. So you take Lake Avenue all the way to East Loma Alta Drive, where it ends. And there's the trailhead. You can go up in there. Once upon a time, Our mother took us up. Everyone from there calls this the foothills. Everybody not from there says, "Holy cow, that's the Rocky Mountains." Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, these are the little parts. These are the foothills. There's a township or city up in there called Foothill. But it is a combination of ocean, desert, and mountain. The desert part that's bad about those fires that I remember living just down. Let me see if I can find it. There's some very unique things about living in the big areas. Right here, Maiden Lane. See all these roads closed? The road is closed to Maiden Lane. I don't remember which block we lived in. 10. We lived just above that road. So the fire, and road closure due to fire is, there it is, 1940. That's a little house where we once upon a time lived during one of the big, big fires. All of a sudden, there was noises. What we thought was coming out of the toilet in a back bathroom in that 1940 house. I don't remember exactly if it was back here in this weird. See how the house is Z-shaped on the Google bar, but this is the semi-attached or detached garage up here on the left. Anybody looking at the? That's how it was 50 years ago. I don't know what it is now, and I'm not turning on the overhead. Oh my gosh, they got solar panels on the roof. How California? Oh my gosh. I have many puppies buried in this green front yard. Remember I said once upon another stream about how my grandfather taught me to cut the heads off of things. A rodent, a large rodent, in the space between the house and the fence. That's right, right here on the photo. My mother had dog kennels and chicken coops going all the way back to this back fence, which when we lived there 50 years ago was overgrown with, like, goes to this next neighbor's house. Bushes. Hang on. I saw the chat move. As usual, the tack trainer sent trailers and those horse handlers to get horses out and are feeding them at the track. The news crews rescued chickens from backyard and a house on Altadena and Lake. Aw, save the chickens! But you can see, if you zoom, zoom, it won't let me zoom with mouse button. And there's no more plussies down at the bottom right. If you look carefully, closely, and lean into your screen, you will see that there is a dark, shadowy space between the garage and the house proper. That is where the famous grape trellises are that some dumb kid named me launched bottle rockets into. I'm not telling anything out of school. We already discussed it. It's published in many books. It's all over their wiki page. I went and looked it back up the other night. This is the garage where Van Halen was born. When they moved in, they were called Montana or something. Anyway, way back here under the solar panels, and that roof is uniquely different. The back of this house has been highly modified 50 years later. Oh, sorry, I had a joint crack on me. Somewhere back here was a bathroom. It seemed detached because everything was weird inside that house. The kitchen was along here, and there was a bathroom back there, and the back door was one-sided. Under that bathroom, way in the back, during one of the massive super fire things, when you go up Maiden Lane, wow, there's some kind of giant track. That must be Elliott. Yep, Elliott Magnet School. That's 50 years ago. It was all pink painted brickwork, and we all called it the Pink Prison. And 40 years ago, and 30 years ago. But you follow Maiden Lane all the way to where it ends. And it ends in Altoona Drive. And you keep going. And then it twisty turns and you go up Maiden Lane this way. And you are at, zoom, zoom, zoom out, the same Eaton Canyon. You are in the foothills. I know. I always take the long way around. I'm getting there. I'm getting there, I promise. We heard noise. I don't remember who the adults were that went. First, they lifted up the toilet. Nothing. It wasn't in the sewer pipe. So then they got a pry bar or a hammer, or I don't know. They got tools. Adult males did it. And lifted up a few floorboards, and there was like 100 or more poisonous rattlesnakes of all sizes, shapes, and colors running away from the fire. Somehow got in a little tiny space under that bathroom floor. I can't find it again. New York. It's above New York. New York. New York City. Get a rope. There it is. That little toilet only bathroom way in the back corner of the house was full under the floor of rattlesnakes, and we never could figure out how the heck did they get in there. We don't know. But they were fleeing the fire. Lots of strange things happened in that house. Right up here at the tip. I don't remember if like me and my brother shared a bedroom. I don't remember if it was way back here at the back of the house or this back corner right here. And then there was a bathroom in between there that had a bathtub and a shower and a toilet. And then the front corner of the house was where my mother had her room. And there was some other sort of worked like a bedroom where when mother would let her friends stay or rent a room, like Aunt Jennifer lived there for a while. I don't remember how all that worked out. I was a little dude. I don't care. What would happen? Tales from the darkness. More than once, I found myself in the bathroom in the middle north section of the house late at night, walking around in circles in the dark, and I would wake up from a dream of something else and be in that bathroom. More than once. I don't remember if I woke up the mother and the other peoples in the house or my big brother. I would wake up and realize I had been sleepwalking and go back down the little hallway. And right off that hallway was our washer dryer in this front section of the house. The back of the front section that does not have solar panels on it. And we weren't starving poor, but we weren't rich. And we had one of those wonderful old e-ticket ride washing machines that when we got big enough, you boys go sit on the washing machine because when it spins, it pokes holes in the walls and rattles and moves and shakes all over the house. And we thought it was great. We get to go ride the washing machine. Mammoth. They was a red ball jet. They saved the Torah from the temple, but the temple is gone. St. Mark's gone. It is weird. Weird means destiny. Sorry, I have to utter that. That's the etymology of the word weird. And ever since I learned it, it's a Scottish word, George, if you like Scotland and want to give it its credit. Weird means destiny. Yep, full of rattlesnakes. All the critters come down out of the mountains and flee into all where people took over their original territories.
Well, I talk about finding weird critters in weird places. Up in Durham, the main water reservoir for half the town/county is over off of Hillendale. Every now and then, they'd get a police report that a squirrel jumped out of the toilet or a snake came out of the toilet because the reservoir is open and it goes straight. I can see a snake, but I don't see how a squirrel survived. A lot of times I always said that was urban myth about the squirrel. But snakes coming out of toilets from sewer systems, I can believe it. They've done it through septic tanks because people forget when it comes to septic tanks, snakes are burrowers. They dig holes. They
Yeah.
burrow in the ground. And they can they can survive quite a while without what we would call air. Coming up, slithering up to the toilets.
Yep. Ours didn't go through the toilet. They were next to it under the floor.
Yeah. Well,
And,
rattlesnakes can find the darndest ways to get into places.
and much later, I don't know if I should tell. I'm not going to tell. Never mind. Well,
That's what
apparently, at POTUS on X got thanked by Gavin Newsom for swift response and aid to California as we work to battle these unprecedented fires. Is that
unprecedented.
God knows? Yes, we have had precedent. Altadena Eaton fire, 10,600 last updated acreage. Multiple houses continue to still catch on fire, and burn to the ground in surrounding areas. The wind has subsided significantly, but the threat of losing home is still a major problem. Somebody, Brother Tim, go make sure Julianne is okay. Rescue her. I
I
don't
don't
know.
think
Maybe her son and grandchildren live near enough by.
I don't think politicians nor news reporters know the meaning of words anymore.
Yeah.
Unprecedented
I
means there's
agree with
never,
you.
ever, ever been a fire like it. Not a bad
Um,
fire. Never been a fire like it.
1.6 square
Now,
miles,
if the entire
areas around La Cañada, Flint Ridge, and Altadena.
if the entire state of California just combusted into flames, that would be unprecedented.
Yeah, you hear me talking about it. I wish we talked about him before. A guy named John Lynn Thirst. Let me look him up. John Lynn Thirst. His brother got hurt, I think, in a motorcycle accident. We re engaged with them. This is the guy that former Los Angeles resident who now resides in Oceanside. Various entrepreneurial pursuits, women in their wish. I don't know if that's the right guy. He looks far too young. Photography. StudioVistaDelmar.com is home of John Lither's art portfolio. That's him. I can't remember his brother's name. I think it started with an M. He said her area is mandatory evacuation. Probably the kids came from Laverne and got her. Yeah, I didn't know if any of the kids or grandkids were still very nearby. I looked up one of the boy son child a while back, and he looked like him. And recently, uh, him and his were doing great. Looked like
Now,
just somebody from my past that, good, bad, or ugly, people in your past, you should worry about them. Especially when they lend out a helping hand, even if it was imperfect. Mike, that's it. I knew it started with an M. Mike was hit by a drunk driver while on Mentor in Orange Grove. That is John in Oceanside. Jen passed a few years back from cancer. You talking about is who I call Aunt Jennifer? Was she related to them? That's how little I know. That would be sad. I hate finding out sad news, but oh well. John Linthurst was always he was very young then, college guy or something. I don't know. Friend of my mother's. He was very much into photography, especially black and white film. We didn't have digital stuff in 1970s. After one of the massive local to us fires, probably the one where we had the rattlesnakes and other things. Oh God, the skunks that come out of the hills. There is a skunk epidemic related to fires. Get used to getting squirted and having to listen to people say, well, what you got to do is take a bath and wash your clothes in tomatoes.
They have better stuff now.
And we're not talking about a Jen that you know, George. I'm talking about who I used to call Aunt Jennifer.
No,
Mike
I'm
was
talking about
driving a truck. Jen was their sister.
I was referring to de-skunking your clothes and yourself.
Yeah. Oh, I was, because my mother was typing in chat, Jen, Jen, Jen.
what?
And no, not the one that George knows. It's somebody from my childhood, our me and my mother's, our past. She lived with us for a long time, and her brother, I guess it's her brother. There's a bunch of stories about John. He was a snake boy. He had a giant python snake or boa constrictor, one or the other, until it slithered out of his little holdie thing and shattered his arm and shoulder. It constricted him. Then he wasn't a snake boy anymore. But he was seriously into photography. After one of the big fires, he took me I wasn't in the Cub Scouts or Boy Scouts. I was very, very young. Like, I don't know. Still when we lived on Maiden Lane, so before 77 or 78. I don't remember when we moved out of there. So I was 7 or 8 years old at the oldest. For some reason, he wanted it to look like Boy Scouts were doing something. But they had called for volunteers. And I, of course, wanted to go volunteer. Whatever they're volunteering for. What we were volunteering for is going up there and going waist deep. The ashes get waist deep. At least. And they stay hot for a long time, and you can't see where the hot spots are on the ground, the still smoldering and embers and stuff. I wish I could get a hold of John Linthurst and say, is there anywhere, somewhere, do you have the negatives or something of those ancient old days? Because it's tough stuff, and people today would say, oh my God, your mother let somebody do that and you were 7 years old? Yeah. We went up there. Everybody was just supposed to be volunteering. Anybody who wants to help and knowing this is going to be some tough stuff. The forest burnt down. Bambi and Thumper need band-aids and ointments. That's what we went up there for. And maybe even the rattlesnakes.
When I was about 3 or 4, there's a Boy Scout ranch near Jacksonville called Camp Hatchet. It caught. It's believed to be arson, according to the arsonist back, and they suspected that it was set by a land developer that didn't want the land to be left to the Boy Scout.
Okay.
And my dad and brother, who was a Boy Scout, went out there to help fight the fire. I remember I had to stay with Mom. I was only 3 or 4, but we made lots and lots of sandwiches for the guys out there, the boys and men out there fighting the fire to try and save, because they did. One reason it wasn't as bad as it could have been was the Boy Scouts had already cleared a lot of the underbrush to start setting up for camping and jamborees and stuff. I wish I could get my brother to get on here and tell it better, because he helped do it.
Yep.
But one of the things I remember about the main lodge, they had this 12-foot long fireplace, and they had one taxidermied rattlesnake that they had killed when clearing the land, and it went from one side of the hearth to the other side of not the hearth, but the part that, it's like a shelf over the hearth.
Mm-hmm.
And that was a big snake.
Yeah. Oh,
Dad,
they're huge. Go search timber rattlesnakes. We didn't
I
have
was just,
any of those. They can get like 12,
well, I mean,
15 more.
this was
Huge.
an eastern rattlesnake, eastern diamondback.
Yep.
Um,
They can get
Dad used to,
daggone huge, but once you've seen a 10-foot timber rattlesnake out west, oh man.
oh, you see them up here in the mountains too, in
Yeah,
North Carolina.
those
But Dad used to
those little
collect
worms ain't nothing.
copperheads and coral snakes and stick them in jars with formaldehyde and put them over the freezer
Yeah.
at the
Elizabeth
parsonage.
said everyone volunteered, even old people in wheelchairs, held the sandbags and floods for people to fill with sand. The fire department left in huge piles with the empty bags. Kids helped there too. Yep.
Oh
Well,
yeah, I remember helping as a kid. I'm just saying that at 3, 4, all I did was help my mother make sandwiches for
mm-hmm.
everybody and fill up water jugs and make lemonade, because we didn't have Gatorade at that time, so we made lemonade. And she would drive it out there, and I'd stay with a neighbor. But as far as everybody helping out, I can remember doing that in a few hurricanes have survived, especially when we were living in Wilmington off of Carolina. We didn't live in Wilmington. We lived in Onslow County, New Hanover County rather, off of Carolina Beach Road. Now it's all part of Wilmington, like parts of Fayetteville go all the way to Rayford Road.
Yep. But we went up there, and for some reason, he was just absolutely convinced because artist people are strange. Artist people are artist people. I do want to say that 22 minutes ago, from whenever I did that search, so maybe 30 minutes ago now, LA Times is reporting 5 deaths, and all 5 deaths occurred in and around Altadena and Pasadena, where Eaton fire exploded Tuesday night, giving residents little time to flee. Please be okay, my homeland people. I was born in Pasadena. Did my early childhood developments in Pasadena and Altadena. And we did a lot of skipping around. But I was too small to remember it. I don't ever remember going to New York and running away and getting lost in New York and scaring my poor mother to death. But I've heard the tale many times. Bad boy. But
You
yeah,
say that.
so John said whatever. We went to some kind of thrift store or something and got me a Boy Scout uniform or Cub Scout uniform and went up there in a goofy Cub Scout uniform. And I learned a thing that I don't think I had words for until much later, is that when the surreal becomes unreal, how do you cope with it?
Yeah.
And going waist deep through fluffy, puffy ash, and every step you take and you move your hands or whatever, it drives more of that sooty, blacky, whitey, grayy stuff up into your snot strolls in your throat until you find burnt up Bambi who's just standing there, staring. And you get out your bucket of goop that animal lovers in California would provide you burn ointment creams or something to. Did all the animals live and grow up and live happy, healthy lives? No, but we offered them some relief from the immediacy of, wow, that is unreal. The critters are so shocked that they stand for days at a time without moving. And some of them, eventually, especially after you put some cooling, relieving burn ointments on them, waggle what's left of their little fluffy deer tails and romp off back into the ash wasteland that used to be the woods. True, true story. It's like it says on covering up, thankfully, the beautiful lawyer lady's chest parts. Those are some serious daggone fires. Hope hope everybody else no more than the five. Let's hope and pray and think and wish and sparkle universe the rest. Go to downloads. See the destiny of things. It says true story. And nope, I didn't beat the little critters' noses after the fire. Later, when I was bigger, and they would allow bigger, but today they still wouldn't allow it, like 10, 11, 12, 13, during earthquakes and fires. Trees got to get moved. Those big, giant palm trees that everybody's so proud of in California, and they sway in the wind, well, they knock over on houses in earthquakes and block gigantic freeways. They got to get cut up and moved. So I would always volunteer for that too.
Yeah, that's one of those trees. It's not really a tree, it's a grass.
It cuts like a daggone tree. It's the size of a daggone tree.
I know.
And it crushes a house like a daggone tree.
Yeah, I'm just saying, but whatever you call it, people that study plants, it's technically not a tree. It's just like tomatoes technically are fruits, not vegetables.
Mm. And it's, what is a pumpkin? Is it a squishy? Is it a squashy? Is it a
It's a
gourd?
gourd. It's a gourd. Squashes are gourds as well.
Yep. Oh, another text. I missed it. I
Just
must
like
have come in while I was on break.
Zucchini's technically a cucumber. Which I think also fall under the gourd category.
Another California said, not yet, not sure yet if our old house is still there. From what I've seen of Altadena, though, dot, dot, dot. And Tissa, there we go. I'll holla when we get the patient. See the Rocky Horror Picture Show. I gotta go twist the knob and push the button. When do we come back from? Man, I haven't even been an hour yet. Keep on talking. Let's keep talking. Into the unknown, when the surreal gets unreal. How you gonna deal with it? Are you capable? Can you cope? Oh yeah, the destiny of things. I hadn't seen or heard or whatever. And then after somebody very close to me, whatever, suffered traumatic brain injury. We found out shortly thereafter that a brand new thing, UCLA, go Bruins. I don't know if Bruins still go there. Do there. I'm speaking to back when UCLA near NEU neuro. I thought it was called neuroplasticity. They have a UCLA neurosurgery. Let's try
Your big
neuroplasticity at UCLA.
your big brother just popped in.
Yay! I see. I see the avatar. I got my screen covered up, so I don't know if you're audio or video. Welcome aboard. Don't say anything that gets me banned. The neurosurgery, neuroplasticity, and repair laboratory.
I got it on audio. I'm finding out all these dang buttons I got to go through to get on this thing. I'm figuring it out.
Good job.
How
Welcome
y'all
aboard.
doing?
We are doing good.
Thanks.
We are streaming along.
Figured I'd take a break from watching our old neighborhood. Huh?
Nothing. You're getting echoing back because of you must have the stream open or something. If you have the stream open, you're now suffering double audios. You just have to close the YouTube video and listen and talk in Discord on the Mexican radio.
I'm just on Discord.
Okay.
I'm on my phone.
Yeah,
this thing is kind of different to figure out.
Are you using some kind of headphone?
Takes 10 minutes to log in. It's asking me if I'm a robot. Nope. Just on the phone.
Yeah, that's it'll
I can hear you
occasionally. Our voices will come out your speaker and go back in your microphone. But that's all right. We're doing good for now. I'll try to keep it down. Well, anyway, it was because
figure this out at some point.
Shortly after Mike L. Period, not Michael. I don't remember if he was a Michael. Brother of John, the artist, photographer. Got in his accident.
We always called him Mike.
Yeah, they had just invented this brain shop, now called UCLA Health Neurosurgery, Neuroplasticity, and Repair Laboratory. Back then it was like called the Neuroplasticity Center or something like that. And it was made for traumatic brain injuries caused by external or internal damages such as stroke and all the rest. And it was the first place we had MRI, magnetic resonance imaging, that was terrifying to someone I knew very well. Caused a huge claustrophobic with that horrifying, because they used to really go clang, 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 clang. But it was because of his misfortune that we had the fortune to shift from all these idiot doctors that didn't know nothing to specialist doctors that only wanted to talk about the stuff in the noggin and can we do anything with it. and make it better. And they really, I don't know if it was them or something else or correlation or causation, but man, they worked, many miracles got worked together for them and Mike Linthurst. That dude had a huge hunk of his
Yeah,
gray matter missing.
yeah. Well, he did okay as much as he could until his, Helen and I can't remember Helen's husband's name. But eventually they got old and passed away, and he had to go into an assistive care, I guess, because he couldn't take care of himself. Anyways, the last time I saw him, he was up and about, and he was kind of coherent. So, but yeah, I actually ran into John about 5 or 6 years ago. He's pretty much retired from real estate. He's still married to that woman he married before he moved off to Hawaii to be a real estate mogul.
UCLA, go Bruins. Blam. There's a link to it, it'll be in the comment. I'm not linking anything. Sirs, what is your icon in the Discord? I can't see it because I'm looking at a representation of the screen that microscopics everything.
It looks like a puppy dog.
Is it a door?
That's Huxley getting something fed to him. I forget what I was feeding him.
Better stuff than most humans eat. That's the fact, Jack.
Yeah. Well, he eats as good as I eat, and I like to eat good.
And I haven't. Everybody out there, I don't know anything what UCLA is doing these days. What I can vouch for is 10 zillion years ago, man, world changers, life changers, that neuroplasticity and repair center laboratory. Even though someone having an absolute, total, complete, utter, in every way, mental, emotional, spiritual, and physical breakdown over the claustrophobia and fear caused by very early edition 1980s magnetic resonance imaging machines. Was hard to handle. It got handled. Holy smokes.
Well, thankfully, I've only had to have one, and it didn't happen until about 2011, and it was much more advanced than then.
What in the world's going on? I'm going to be worried horribly about Julianne.
Yeah. Well, I guess, when the smoke clears, I'll take a drive out there and see if there's anything left. I was up there about a year ago and drove by, and it looked like she still lived there.
Yeah, I haven't done any searches in a long
But I
time.
heard,
Sometime post COVID,
yeah,
I'm sure I wasn't looking for her. I was looking for the son, and he was doing the same
yeah,
thing as you just said John was doing. He was in some kind of real estate rackets, making the loops.
yeah. That's what I heard. I guess he tried going into cartoons and whatever, and that never worked out. He wasn't as good at drawing, and his voices sucked.
Yeah, he was better than me.
And
I was always good at the technical drawing. We both tried out at the same time, and he was always more creative and everything else than me, and had access to better tools. But I don't even remember the name of the place. What's the name of the arty place in California that you could go to animation school and all that? Like if you wanted to work at Disney
everybody goes to
Animation,
art.
goes to what?
Yeah, art center.
Yeah, that's it.
The art center. Yeah.
We both took our little
School for the
scrapbooks.
cookie cutters.
Yeah. We both took our little scrapbooks over there and called them portfolios, and his was wrapped in leather, and mine was like, here's a fistful of papers I drew on. And so I got, stared at by the goofy admissions people or whatever they call themselves. And they're like, you want to be in movie magic and animations and all this other stuff, and that's the best you can do? Yeah. But I can play music too.
Yeah. Well,
and I can click the
if you would have had
poop
$100,000 for tuition, they would have taken you.
Oh yeah. But they didn't even, okay, thanks, kid, interview over. But he actually got, oh well, you can go
Yeah.
into the inner office and talk for an hour and blah blah blah. Well, I waited outside and thought, F these people.
Dean, that injection's starting to kick in, so I'm gonna go put my feet up, and I'll talk to you later.
All right, sir. Have a good night.
You too. Bye.
See you, George.
He hopped out. Now there's
Yeah.
two swirkles in the chat avatar box. That's all right. It's all good.
Yeah.
I was the one mostly babbling away.
Here I am, being a modern man.
Gastory.
Avoided this chat stuff and whatever else, but for my bro, I'll do it.
Yeah, I don't know what we're doing.
Yeah. Well,
we're
anyways,
having fun, leaving something for our posterity.
Yeah.
We talked about the Blue Thunder.
Taking a break from throwing discs for my dough. Blue Thunder.
Yeah, man, I went.
Yeah, they show that about once or twice a month. I can't tell if you're hearing me or not, or if it's doing shit.
I heard most of it.
I might have to try this on the computer.
Yeah, it was doing all right, but some of it cell phoned out.
Yeah, it kind of keeps cutting in and out, so I'll have to get myself a setup and sit down at my dang computer and try that next time.
Let's cross.
I'll get it working.
Yep. Let's cross Deliverance off the list.
Yeah.
The only reason I put it on there, see the thumbnail, some thumbnail image. Let me see if I can find it and put it back on the screen. Because besides a pretty finger, I thought about both of them ladies. Ladies, you got a pretty mouth. Yep, I am that rude. How rude.
This phone app doesn't have whatever screen you're talking about.
Yeah, I know. You'd have to skip in there and...
Of course, like phone app.
You'd have to skip in near Elizabeth if you're anywhere near her, and... Deliverance. Pretty mouth.
Well,
pretty mouth. And then you can see the screen for a second.
I'm going to take a break. So I'm going to go throw some discs for the dog, and maybe I'll stop by Walmart tomorrow and get us some headset stuff, and I'll sit my ass at that dang computer and try this right. So I'll try you again tomorrow, Dean. Have a good night. Man. I think Mom's going to stay on, but I can't tell if she did. All right. If I can figure out how to sign off.
It's supposed to be a hang-up icon or a telephone icon that doesn't say either way.
Oh, okay.
Or, I don't know. If
I
you're
see.
running...
It's like a red hang-up icon.
Yep. See what that does.
I guess I was afraid to push that the last time. All right. Well, if it works, I'll see you later. If not, I'll be on for a few more minutes.
Okay. It must have worked. The avatar vanished. Still got 2 watching. And that's all I really had on Deliverance. Really good movie. Really tough. Tough stuff in there. Man's inhumanity to man. And a lot of, whatever you call it. Something. Drama. You'll laugh. You'll cry. You'll something. We did say their names. January 6th, 2021. Said their names. That's in the bag. And then, even though it has not quite been the required minutes according to government training standards, I'm going to go push the button on the machine. Approximately every hour, we will take a break. At 07, no, not 07, 7:02 p.m. Eastern. Break. I shall be right back. We must have beverage. I must go push a button on a machine. Hold the line, please. Listen to some music. And working my way back into it. Too many racing thoughts. Too many romps down memory / maiden lane. You go figure it out for yourself. It's a code. It's a stack of mashed potatoes smooshed into and carved into Devil's Mountain. You go figure that one out yourself too. You might could get a hint by listening to previous live streams now in the video on demand category. Trying to do everything I can do to lure people into that marketing sense of why they should go. Thanks. Elizabeth said, welcome back in the chatter. I don't even have to slide that one over. I can see it. Yay, me. 7:06 p.m. Back. Oh, little yakety yak don't talk back. And then, colon, Microsoft Windids. I have many names for these little programs and applications. Remember, I have to blame my Aunt Eva, or credit her, whatever you want to say, for not calling anything by its given name. Somebody yesterday was complaining how Donald J. Trump, I did it again. I call him by a lot of names too. For a while on my face space, my thing was call him Trump, comma, and spell out comma. Trump, comma, Donald J is for, and then come up with something other than his middle name that J is for. Got to keep your mind exercising. What are we doing? We're going to the bottom of the ocean in 1989. And the sister of Scarface, Al Pacino. And then I'll tell you her whole and full name. And try not to keep reverting back to Scarface, because I like that movie a lot. The Abyss, 1989. Here we go with another C word. Continuation. Probably could have used it in the last 5 to 10 live event streams. A theme. More government craziness. More CIA alien space invaders. More drama. More possible romances. And the drama involved in that. Lots of computer animation at the cutting edge. They did a lot of what's called CGI. Either computer graphics imaging or computer generated imaging. Either way, not so good. While sitting there trying to think it out, and here it is on the screen. I give it 6. Let's say 5. 6. And then I said sheesh, like any one of the peanuts, and gave up. And then The Abyss. Deep dive into The Abyss, 1989. All the famous actors again. The Abyss, 1989. Here we go. It happens at the very deep, deep bottom of the ocean. That's why I say a deep dive. Spoiler alert, we're going there. See, the IMDb this time, because the IMDb is in conspiracy with my women, just to make sure that I'm wrong. It's a joke, mammy. That's, you know how it goes. Boy, girl, husband, wife stuff. We've been going steady for a few months now. A civilian diving team is enlisted to search for a lost nuclear submarine and faces danger while encountering an alien aquatic species. They didn't even mention that part of this civilian diving team is the secret squirrel military blah blah blahs. Her name is Mary Elizabeth. Hold on. Imagine that. How could it be? Is it a plan? Mary Elizabeth and they say it like it has an E in it. Mastrantonio. She was the sister in Scarface who became the wife of the best friend, but Tony couldn't handle it. And bad things, man. Al Pacino, in some of his movies, suffered the curse of the you, and you alone will be the cause of the unaliving of the one thing that you truly claim to care about. See Godfather #3, it was his daughter on the steps. See Scarface, it was his sister. It has that Terminator dude in it. It has that other guy. I guess before I jumped on the photos, I should go to. Who does it have in it? I apologize. Let me back up. I got razzle-dazzled by the pictures. I like the blinky lights. Ed Harris. Many good things. Mary Elizabeth Mastrantonio. Many good things. Michael Bain. Many, many, many. He was in Aliens. He was in The Terminator. He is. Many good movies. Leo Burmester or Burmeister. I don't know how to say it. By name, I don't. J.C. Quinn. Jimmy Ray Weeks. I don't know. It rings a bell for some reason, but I don't know what reason it is. And Chris Elliott. That's one I wanted to talk about. Chris Elliott got his start, I think, the first. I got my start checking out Chris Elliott. Is he still with us? Yeah. He appeared in comedic sketches on Late Night with David Letterman from 1982 to 1988. Created and starred in the comedy series Get a Life, 1990 to 1992 on Fox, and wrote and starred in the film Cabin Boy, 1994. I don't know. There's something about him. He's got one of those. Oh, this is your friend. He's just such a. And his acting on the David Letterman show was funny. I don't remember him in There's Something About Mary. Groundhog Day. I don't remember him in that either, but I sure as heck remember that movie. But yeah, he's still active. Did Carved 2024. Poorly rated at IMDb. Welcome to Redville 2023. Very low stars at IMDb. Don't take their word for it. Go check it out yourself. Magpie. I can't say, I want to see this now. There apparently is a television series. According to IMDb, even if it's a net series, they call it a TV series. Called Sheets Creek or Schitt's Creek. Not sure of the pronunciation. SCHITT''S. And suddenly I want to see it. Yep. I'm not going any further with Chris Elliott. He's in it. In the abyss. He's in the abyss. When you stare into the abyss, you are staring into the eyes of Mary Elizabeth Mastrantonio. Or, if you prefer dude eyes, there's Michael Bain. He's the father of the future who gets sent back from the future to become the father of the future. That was so. I don't understand tech stuff. Terminator, 1984. Ed Harris. Okay, that's all the people. There's many, many more. I want to look at the pictures, pictures, pictures. of the abyss. It's got the evil government, private governments, secret stuff. It's got the CIA, alien space invaders. It's got really cool art with lights and silhouettes. I looked earlier at some of these pictures. They don't have a lot of still frames or screen grabs or whatever you want to call it. They all seem very grainy and filmy. I do believe, even though they had a lot of CGI, this was not. This was a combination of technologies movie, not an all digital thing. I think the first real big giant digital, all digital, was allegedly what was the first all digital movie released. Yeah, I was right. The alleged fan fiction Star Wars episode I dash hyphen minus the Phantom Menace. Hated it. Yes, so in combination of mixing digital, we're going to get to the water alien in just a minute. Which, if my brother and George are still listening, think Wonder Twins. Because that's what I always think. In all these shape-shifting goofinesses, it's shape of, and then it takes a shape of. It's a Wonder Twins power. But you can tell by the granularity and the fuzzy and the foggy of all the images that this is heavily post-produced in what I talked about earlier, matted or matting and combining, where you photograph a photograph and rephotograph it and rephotograph it, and you have somebody mask a piece of a negative off so that it can show through the other negative, or maybe you cut them in half and tape them with clear tape across the center. It's very complicated. And making all that happen so that it, oh, look, little white mouse is beeping his nose. Beep the nose, beep the nose. See, I told you so. Looks like it was about to bite his forehead, too. She has a stressful face. Oh no, milady. Scrolling the images. Scrolling the images. Spoiler alert, there's images in here. Every frame I pause, we can talk about it. This is involved in a very dramatic, big music scene. It's very important. Partially dressed people on the beaches getting the sunny shine on their nude bodies. Oh my gosh. Cancel culture them. Many, why I give it less stars than everybody else is I don't know. There it is. Where I stole the thumbnail image. I mean, clipped it. Trying to do a proper homage. I want to stick my nose right on that finger on that screen. It reminds me a lot of my grandchildren when they were teeny tiny. Two in particular. The eldest, he's eldest by 10 minutes. He has a twin sister. All you people, close your minds off. I just said it's a boy and a girl. No, they are not identical. This older girl didn't do it so much. The younger girl and the boy, grandchildren. Absolutely every time I would get my Canon digital camera out that I called Mr. Zappy and push its button so its nose would come out of its hidey hole, they would take that finger and shove it right on the lens of my camera. And then I would have to try to clean a child-sized fingerprint, hopefully not covered in snack sauce, off my camera. That's why, another reason why I grabbed a picture. It reminds me of something that's just me. It's my uniquey. You can go look it up on my Flickr, but I'm not putting stuff about it there. That's a serious face. That's from a serious good actor. He got well did. This is where dun 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 big music scenes. They did pretty good with the makeup. How somebody deep in the water ends up being pulled out from the water and having magically movie dried edges of hair. But they have purple hypoxia discoloration as if they have drowned. That's another big long story where one time at our favoriteest family, they became our family, where you went to eat with us, Elizabeth. He's the little brother. That was the third or fourth restaurant they owned. Tim. I forgot. Tim was there too. Duh. Old man-itis. The older brother. He said one day we were asking about something to eat at restaurant number 2, which was actually restaurant number 3, but it was the second one in our hometown. He came and he said something about, do you eat drowned eggs? And we said, what? What he meant was boiled eggs. But the best he could translate is drowned eggs. Well, it took us a long time. I just made very short what actually the length of times. Now, see, she's leaning forward, making, I always call it dog face. When you lean into a camera, how the nose all of a sudden looks very large and three-dimensional. Like a puppy face nose. It sticks too far forward. And the reason she's doing that is, right before she stuck her finger out, because she was leaning in to look at this worm of water. Had just appeared to them and it had got danger close. That's why he's smiley. That's why she's shock and awed, and then he's shock and awed. And then this is way near the end. Makes no sense. There it is, just emerging. The photos are not in chronological order. I don't remember the giant wave at all. Did we get onto a different movie? Or did I just not pay enough attention? It didn't move to me. I don't remember the giant wave in the abyss, 1989. And another reason why I rate it lesser than everybody else, and it might just be a me thing, because however many miles they're supposedly down at the bottom of the ocean in the abyss, you don't get to wear what looks like an environmental safety hazard suit against nanoviruses. There's no way. Cannot happen. That was just silliness. Oh, look. E.T. phone home. Not exactly. It looks more like the Close Encounters of the Third Kind E.T.s. But it was polymorphic. Here's the jellyfish, hard yet soft, and lights everywhere. UFO at the bottom of the ocean. There, it made fake water fingers. There he is, the Chris guy again, acting professionally. This is the hard part, where she had to drooned herself. Michael Bain, earning them Academy Awards. See, you can't have a soft cloth water suit. At certain depths in the ocean, it's called beyond crushed depth in a submarine. Crushed depth is not very deep at all for a human being. The water pressures are too high. She's singing. La 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 la. Yes, and I exactly like this. Probably while I'm watching movies, like, stop. I gotta say something. I gotta do something. But it suspends your disbelief. Like, this is the ocean, at the bottom of the ocean. In order for this ocean, at the bottom of the ocean, to not be full up to the ceiling of their little thing, this air pressure would have to be equal to the pressure of that water at the bottom of the ocean. So they would be crushed either way. Sorry, you can't unlearn things that you have learned, and it just ruins it. Blame Jacques Cousteau. How many of you ever watch Jacques Cousteau? You have to be as old as me. And we're absolutely heartbroken to find out many years later. Interlude. Jacques. I don't even know how to spell it. Q? Q? Did Jacques Cousteau die? No, he is immortal. Oh my gosh. Film some stuff in his bath. Oh, the Desert News in 1998 said members of Jacques Cousteau's, there's no S on the end, it's pronounced and it's French. Underwater field team claimed the renowned French oceanographer faked some scenes in his documentaries. Adventure Nerds in 2021 says Cousteau put his 8mm camera in a gallon-sized glass fruit jar and made his first underwater recording with that and developed the film in his bathroom. That is not faking stuff. In 98 again, CBS News says, and see how this repeats, news people don't have locks or whatever. They all have to just, man, they broke it first. Let's twist the words around and make it sound different. But CBS says members of Jacques Cousteau's film team claim. And we scroll back to that first one from the Deseret News, May 11th. Members of Jacques Cousteau film team claim, well, hey, it's the exact same words. May 11th. May 11th. How did they all get the same words on the same day? There's his full name. And I'm not going to try to mangle it. I already mangled what little French I know. But way back then, in the 90s, that rumor went around. There it is on CBS News. Jacques Cousteau rumored to have faked some underwater stuff. Of course, Hollywood people will do a lot of crazy stuff. Ask Tom Cruise. Allegedly, reportedly, and there's others. Bruce Willis in the famous first one and only Die Hard movie. Allegedly, these actors put themselves through a great deal of physical injury and harm and pain to do their own stunts. Hey, look, nobody got blasted off into outer space to make Star Wars, and nobody went to the bottom of any ocean to make The Abyss 1989. They did, however, make gigantic tubs. It's in the factoids at IMDb. Go look it up. Gigantic swimming pools where they could put practical stuff in a not so deep swimming pool. But the problem was the water was very cold. They suffered hypothermia anyway. These actors give a lot or work hard for their monies. And sometimes. Now, with more advanced computers and everything else, and motion captures and mocaps and everything else, oh, he's a very handsome, serious looking again. And she's like, who could possibly make a water suit cute? Well, the sister of Scarface, Mary Elizabeth. See? Give him an oar. That is shock face. Fear face. Why can't I remember the tidal wave? Now I have to dig up the abyss and watch it again. What's with the tidal wave? I don't remember the world's biggest tidal wave tsunami. And there it is. Looks kind of like a underwater angel butterfly. All the above. See, here's where the water supposedly now is rushing in and filling up the airspace. How? How did you keep it out to begin with? I don't know. That hand. Look at that hand. Looks like she might chew on her fingernail. The Julianne that we were discussing earlier chewed all of her fingernails horribly into the quick. Big boat. That's not from a tidal wave. That's from the CIA alien space invaders surfaced their boat under a giant ship. Oh, he has such sparkly eyes. Look into his eyes. A 24-hour a day, 5 o'clock shadow. Look at the little crabs. Those are little crab. I want to watch Sweet Anita react to the crab dance animation. Everybody else can just go look it up. Either just the crabs dancing or Sweet Anita reacting to it. Either or and or. I feel like I have seen her in many things. Lady staring at the apparent tsunami that I can't remember, but they don't have her name on it. She's been in stuff. Your bra straps are showing, ma'am. How lewd. Your slip is showing. I'm on a submarine mission for you, babe. Don't say babe. It's a Sex Pistols song. Look into my eye. Put something into my eye. Whatever. We're looking at all the photos. Look at that mustache. Takes a real man to wear a mustache like that. Yeah. Pronouns not ascertained. There it is. There's another one. Another one. Close encounter of the third kind at the bottom of the ocean. This is not him drowned. They were breathing some kind of liquid formula, special blah blah blah. I don't remember the science tech stuff. Very similar to embryonic fluids that it's keeps your lungs from crushing at the bottom of the ocean because they're full of fluid, but it's hyper oxygenated. It wouldn't work. Don't try that at home. That was in the movies in 1989. Oh, look, she put her hair up. Oh, look, he put his curly locks up too. Made a fisty. Check it out. I don't know who that is, but he made a good fisty in the abyss. Whatever are you saying? I don't know. We're scrolling the pictures. You know how you know somebody's a Navy SEAL? 'Cause it says so on their cap. See, there's these little things that just kind of, oh, come on, man. You almost had me. You got all these famous, handsome people, and you do things like write SEAL. Oh, what do you do in the Navy? I don't know if I tell you I have to KIA you. How absurd. Man, there's a lot of pictures of the abyss. Sure, probably should have taken a good look at that picture count before I put it on the list to deep dive into the abyss. That deep. See, here we go again with the little PAJAMA pajama party. It's a song. That don't work that way. I like helicopters. I still have never in my life been in a helicopter. I wanted to grow up even before Blue Thunder and fly around in helicopters doing something flying in helicopters. Childhood thing. I even had a friend once that owned a tiny little one. Had it at a private hangar next to someone's great big tobacco field. And he was always offering and threatening that we need to take some time, and because I had told him about when he said, "Oh, I own a helicopter." I think he owned two of them. I said, "Oh, well, you have to fly me in the helicopter. Maybe you can teach me to fly it." But by then, I'd seen so many movies that had cool guys flying helicopters, like Blue Thunder. I want to know, can I do a loop-de-loop? Can we turn it upside down? And then you tell me, it's aerodynamically impossible. Catch you later. And then, if you have two helicopters, you fly one, I'll fly the other, and we'll go nap the earth. Like Uncommon Valor, and I'll chase you. Follow my leader from Uncommon Valor, but mixing all the 1980s great helicopter movie scenes with Uncommon Valor. And I'll say, get your Sierra together. Join one of those volunteer help people that are helping out the hurricane area. They own big ones. Yeah. I think that time has passed. Now maybe I want to fly a submersible to the bottom of the oceans. No. Man, there's just so many pictures. They're all glorious. They're all great. Every frame a photograph. Every frame a portrait. Every frame a pause. You go see my friends over at EFAP. I love them. She has the face. She's making some kind of Academy Award winning face with her hair up. Give her the award. I don't know if they won any prizes for this movie. There she is playing dead again. Play possum. You got this. She did good. There he is. He made her alive again. He's so happy. He got wicked evil. He went crazy. Is it nitrogen poisoning from the bottom of the ocean? Is it cabin fevers? I don't know. Look, there it is again in 1989, just like Blue Thunder's giant green letters on a computer screen. But you know I had. What? What? You want to find out? Go find yourself The Abyss, come on 1989 and give it a watch. Here it is. She was about to beat the nose of the CIA alien space invader that first looked like a phallus. It's like, is that a water pecker you're shoving in my face? No, it's a nose. And she went to beat the nose. And I said, how did they know that I would go see this movie? Because nobody else beeps the nose. I don't think she beeped the nose. I think she stuck her finger in its forehead somewhere. I don't remember. It's been a long time since I've seen The Abyss, 1989. I've seen it since then, in the new millennium. But there it is. I said, she's going to beep that nose. Beep, 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 beep. B hugs, M hugs if you're listening. I'm only going to say this once. If you speak Hugganese, it's boop the nose. Always acknowledge things. Don't worry, it's not her tatas. You can see the brassiere under the fake layered outer. I mean, it's all her. It's 100% perfect. Nope, they didn't show the ninnies. It's not X-rated. And we're not supposed to be caring about it either way. Those are all the important pictures. These are the majestic. Some CGI, some old-fashioned Tron-style backlit photographs, matting. Movie magic, man. I don't know all the terminologies and all the technologies. Then we got some behind-the-scenes stuff. See, there's the giant pool that they had built and constructed to sink these things in and sink their actors in. Here it is. Inside it. Scale models of stuff. The giant cargo ship is 5 to 7 men long. It's not all real. Here's their whole sea station at the bottom of the ocean. It was about, I guess, I don't know, 30, 40 feet deep. That's deep. Posters, movie art, different languages. Abysmal. The abyss. Abysmal. I don't see any other language that I can totally destroy with love. I don't mean anything by it. There's whatever that is. Avgrunden. Apparently, this must be Swedish or something. The Germans do not do a lot of umlauts over A's. But maybe it is. Du holla. Hur långse kan du holla? And then, on dawn, Avgrunden the abyss. Thriller. Avgrunden thriller. Die bet. Die bet. I don't know. I don't care. And we reach the end of the photos. I like the silhouette and the backlit. It reminds me of the movie Tron. All the blue light backlighting. And I'm just going to close that tab. Hold on. The Abyss. Everybody type your comments, your chats, your everything. How do you rate it? What do you think of it? Do you prefer au natural or prosthetic cover-ups for your actor's chest parts? Ah, surface from the abyss. Right. All done. Getting through the checklist. Getting through the checklist. Go back to the checklist. But yes, all the themes apply. Dramas, governments, privates, people hurting each other. Go see the movie Aliens that Michael Bain is also in. The bad guy says something to Ellen Ripley, played by Sigourney Weaver, and she tells him about, speaking of the aliens, where he was saying something about how the aliens are so lesser than or something than humans. And she said, "You don't see them screwing each other over for a percentage." True. I do not think Cousteau would fake things, but if they asked him to provide the how, he certainly had the skill and experience to show them how to do what they were wanting to depict. Yep. I don't know, I just heard the rumors back in the 90s. There was the links on the page. If you care enough to ruin your hero, you can search it more. I don't. I very much enjoyed it, and he was a big fan of the Sharks. It's because of Jacques Cousteau that I liked Sharks so much. Jacques. Because George had to go, somebody get him a doctor, somebody get him a shot. We'll deal with that checklist item next time, maybe. Is this it's me and Elizabeth? I better refresh. Go. Give me a refresh. Two watching. I don't know. Let's jump on. Pre-planning minor discussions. I don't expect you to type all that out in the chat box. Pre-planning and pre-hearsal. That's rehearsal with a P in front of it. Some I just made up for these live streameries. The founding documents. Digging through the emails, trying to get some doc plans put together with some checklist. I found the United States Government Manual. Copy. Paste in chat. And then we're going to go to copy both lines. Copy. Scroll the log list. And say tab. Blah, blah, with another tab. The United States Government Manual. All that and then some. It's all them combined. I gotta shut that folder. It's behind my clothes, says a me. It was washing out the avatar. I apologize. Live production of live shows. Fatigue plays a role. Been doing this for almost 5 hours now. The United States Government Manual. That is a 695 page manual. The first 20 pages or so are the docs, yes. But I'll just, like, when we start to do this thing, I'm going to try to form this into a totality of yes or no so that you don't have to go too crazy on the keys. Or you can get Tim to get that phone fired back up and hand it to you, and you can yappity yap under his name. Oh, did okay. He said he was having trouble and concerns about whether or not his was coming through correctly. So the yes no question would be, in if we put together a thing, do we want to like put together an intro 30-minute, and if it involves me too much, it might be an hour. Me and that fine young man named Mauler, we're the long man bad. That's the rumor. Just can't seem to come up with short content. Who knows? With refinement, it might well be. Especially if we do some more of these practices. So the yes no question is, would you want to start here and make the introduction of, throughout this series, here is this thing. There is a download right here. Viewing and downloading for the, I didn't look at it, 1994, 1995 at GovInfo. That's the last time they bothered to update it. Oh no, it says 2022. December edition. No, the intro to what we are discussing is the Declaration, the Constitution, and the amendments. Right? But I mean, do we need to try to explain anything up front or set out that in this one we're going to read in the first two? So I'm thinking, Dean Q, should this be part of intro? The answer, nope. So just like, oh, real quick, because I wasn't thinking read the whole declaration. What I was thinking is get the two. Let me get the text up on screen. The two first paragraphs are the meat and taters. No, they're the meat. They're something. I have 2020 something and 2014, and it should be 2022. Yeah, they have the 2022 up there is the latest one. We can put how to find that in the chat, yeah, or the description or whatever. But not important to waste time on screen about it. Declaration. And this is the kind of thing I'd rather discuss it here in a pre-hearsal and a discussion than work it out all these other ways. Trying to always reduce it to a yes no question. Think, think, think. Reduce your questioning to yes or no, if you can, based on this idea. Where's all this crap? Oh, mourning the loss of former president is all in pink. All other NARA, I don't know what an NARA is. National Archives, something. Thanks, government. Always tossing the acronyms at us. And nope, I ain't gonna right click it and find out. Heck with me, heck with you. Because you know what NAR's for? Short shorts. Anyway, the way I throw it out there, I don't know if my opines matter to what we're trying to do. Let me go back into it's a Dean story. It's a Dean thing. I get very bored very easily. Another. I always have to do it that way. I don't apologize for being me. Another me thing. All caps. See the thing, 1982. If you tell me that there is a pile of poop over there, I I do not want to hear about the peanuts and bubble gum in it. I'm content with big picture. It's other people are all excitable about these micro granularities and details. You tell me Aphrodina is on fire. I snuck that one in there. Shh, it's a code name from back in the day. The government code name for Altadena. Or it's the ancient Indian name for it. The unanimous declaration of the 13th United States of America. Notice, they didn't capitalize you in the day. These first two paragraphs, and they are quite lengthy to me. Man, that's a lot of words. But think about how hard they all had to think and work and put together their little uh, convention or committees or groups or meetings. And they had to work hard to get to their meetings. It's not like they could Zoom or Discord or TubeTubey or cell phony. They had to go dust off the horse and get on his back and go all, until them and the horse were very sleepy. And then they had to eat and sleep next to a campfire with the rattlesnakes. And then get up and do it again the next day and the next day and the next day and the next day. And then they could finally get together and cut a feather and dip it in an inkwell just to come up with this. The news is showing Elliot is on fire. That may be an old video from earlier today. Yeah, I haven't looked at any in a long time. I'm just taking your word for it and looked up what I looked up a while ago and sitting here white knuckling. There's no way for me to run rescue and throw Julianne over my shoulder and carry her out of there and make sure she's safe and deliver her unto her family. Or others. We know many people in the Pasadena, Altadena, La Cañada, Flint Ridge areas, the canyons. Anyway, these first two paragraphs, that's the pile of poop to me. Everything below it, the indented, unnumbered list for web designers. It has an indent and spacing in between it. How could this be? Or an ordered list without numbers or bullets. Uh-oh. Phone ringing. It is the other. Be right back. All right. I made it back. Anyway, the absolute, without getting distracted or running off on any tangents, the minimum piece that I can think of is you got to take these two first paragraphs and never mind the entire rest of it until maybe the last little sentence that says to that end or to this end. We are free of you. But read that in, and then whatever we're going to do with that and our thoughts, other people's thoughts, somebody can type comments. What do they think it means? Um, and then on another exciting episode, start getting into, and then there's all of this. He refused his assent to laws, the most wholesome and necessary for the public good. You spent a lot of time on just that. What does that mean? What are we discussing? Each one of these tiny little things that is a detail or a clarification of the overarching. This is the meat. These are the French fried taters. It's all necessary to combine it together, but if you can't understand and follow along, like what value does a word have? We all remember the life, liberty, and pursuing happiness stuff. And I can stop and talk a lot about, then there's this word in front of it. Among these are the unalienable rights. These are not the only three we're allowed. It doesn't say these are the rights you have. Life, liberty, happiness. It says among these are. That means this is a non-inclusive list. Which, yes, I can understand. That's why people say other things. Well, I have my G word rights, and I have my. I hate. Just because I'm a hater. Haters gonna hate. When people say, oh, did the cop read them their Miranda rights? Police don't read anything about rights. Police read the memo. What the Miranda card or statements are is called a warning. The rights exist in and out with you all the time. So far, I agree. It is each one of those and ask people to think. What does each one mean today? Yes, on among those rights. So I guess the yes or no question would be is converting it to a yes no question. Next, y/NQ. Should we do the first two paragraphs as episode 1 only? And then kind of either like how I'm doing it right now, if we just happen to be online, all of us together, and want to, especially if we get access to you, whether through his phone or yours or computer or yours, onto this Discord where we can all talk together and share that screen, because then I could record it offline only, not do it live. And we could really go through it and see how the timing of it works without sitting down and writing careful scripts and, try a few. Try before you buy. But anyway, the yes no question is just the first two paragraphs, episode 1 only. And then do we just end it there in the reading of the first two paragraphs? Or do you want more in what we would call an episode like commentary on it? Or should that just be my own? Like, we'll get it read in, and that's the whole of it. That's the whole video. Now, anybody everywhere, whether you type it or make arrangements with us to get through the Discord or something, get on with a live stream in some way. Interactive commenting, us taking the notes and writing it into a comment for somebody or a follow-up video, that kind of thing. So the basic question is, do you want to set it up so that like episode 1 will be the best? Probably not me. Just I'm bashful. I'm being silly. We'll figure out some way. We'll make George do it. Haha, you're not here to defend yourself. Just, and I wouldn't ever do that, George, if you're still listening. I understand. I know George has a disability that would be cruel to do. It's dyslexia. We'll just leave it at that. I think he said it on several other streams. And if not, I'll recant it and I'll say it was me. I made it up. I'm so cruel. I bully George all the time. So anyway, just that. Do we read it in and leave it just like that, and even our own if we want to commentary on it? Record offline only is a great idea. Yes, on the first 2, and see if Tim George, maybe his wife, and Chris will add comments or chat. Then decide yes or no on next part, episode 1, and I think more coming. Pending, waiting through the lag. Elizabeth is watching live and having to respond in chat. I am talking, looking at my screen and my Discord. Takes a while to bounce, especially through California. On fire. Fire, fire, fire. Are you threatening me? And I think you are great, but George or Tim, if they want, you and I both have brain injuries. It does not say perfect people get the rights. It says all. Yes. That's what I mean about the commentary, because I have much to say. The Declaration, blah, 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 is not where it says we the people. That's in the preamble of the Constitution. But it does say a lot in these states of America. United is not, there is no USA. See, it's right there. Lowercase. It's just SA. Oh, no, we can't say that. That means the R word these days. Well, her language, it just doesn't work. Yes, it is USA. These are the people that wrote this document and those that survived politically and really until there was a constitution based on this declaration. Those that made it through to the other side could not define what people are. So yeah, I'm thinking she's saying, should we do the first 2 paragraphs of episode 1 only? It appears that the answer is yes. Anybody out there? Do you want to be the voice of episode 1 of the founding documents? Just, yeah, all you gotta do, and you can practice on your own time, is go to the link. I'll do it if I have to. It's not that much. It's 2 paragraphs. Get art done. We'll get it in the can, and then we'll move on and help figure out how we're going to do this more and more. Because I really could, I'll probably do a 10.5 hour long man bad. Old, long, off on every little tangent, absolutely dissecting it to its smallest molecules. My react or commentary or discussion just on my own, my monologuing on these first two paragraphs. Would take a long time. I might just do my own little video that's 12 hours long. And everybody else can just do theirs. Talk it into your phone. We'll get a Dropbox or whatever. Everybody out there, Elizabeth, you too. Tim, you too. George, you too. George knows. We've discussed a few of these things. You download the YouTube app if it's not already pre-installed and activated and actually in your phone. Something is burning down on every channel. Yeah. Like if you want to do a React live video, fire up your YouTube. Even through a web browser, I believe, on a device with a camera on it, they have invested big. I'm sure it's an app for iPhones. It's built into Android phones because Google makes Android. You don't have a choice. You get YouTube built in. You can uninstall it and remove it and all this other stuff, but whatever. iPhones, I don't know enough about. iDevices. The main thing is, if you're just going to do a live thing, put it on the facing camera or put it on the facing away camera and put your little Barbie doll up there. Not a sponsor, no endorsement over any form of dolly or your little favorite figurine, or I don't care. Put your favorite photo up on your computer screen. Put the text on a screen or print it out. Point your back facing camera at the text of the declaration and then use your microphone on your phone to go live onto your internets on your YouTube, and you can record your own live video of just you. And if somebody jumps in and starts yakking away in your chat, you just ignore it. Or you can record a video, open the phone camera app, slide the slider from still frame picture to video and record yourself a video of your commentary on the declaration. It is burning down on every channel. Back off tangent, we can do one way and then the other. My computer, or both him, my iPhones can do YouTube and have cameras. Many of the students use them for our classes with Jack, Tony, etc. Let's just put the text part as background. Yeah, I mean that's what I mean, talking about if you're gonna make your own commentary, and we'll put them, update the description often. Somebody has submitted a commentary reaction or a react video or a discussion, and we're going to make it part of the next episode, but here's links to it at the original one. Just spitballing ideas. Yep. The declaration. So answer is yes. And then we'll say right back then, we're going to go back to at 05:22, because that's all we really need to figure out is how we're going to get episode 1 going, and episode 1 just needs to be those first two paragraphs read in. And yep, lots of stuff in the links, the description, whatever. That can be done. 50. We got the dot plan for the episode 1. Let us not on a sandwich, not part of a salad. Let us look some more into CA on fire. Check the news. California fires search. Man, oh man. Live updates. Live 5 minutes ago at the Washington Post. Los Angeles wildfires spread rapidly in Palisades, Eaton as deaths ... See, I'm afraid of the video things because I don't understand fully all the rules of me playing this YouTubery. They may have it all wrong. Maybe they don't care if I click on someone else's video and their inline in video advertising pops up. Oh no. President Biden says home of Hunter Biden under threat by the wildfires. Somebody get between that dude and his mouth. See what I'm talking about? Yeah. We saw earlier. Big Joe. And I loathe to call you that. That's my nickname for good Joes. Mr. Biden, sir, President of the United States, please listen to all of my live streams and let me scroll it back up on my screen in all capital letters. This is the problem we have at every level in America. You gave lip service earlier to fires in California. And I don't know what you gave because it wasn't all about you then. Gavin Newsom said, thanks for the yak, Zombie Joe. I mean, thanks for your offers and your good words. Great guy. Highlight it to blue. Zoom in a little more. It did not happen to me. So it did not happen. It comes across as very selfish, classist, and to me, crass that the headline is, you're worried about Hunter's house. And I'm sure the headline people wrote it in such a way and put a picture in such a way that fools like me would rush in and call you names. Well, if you didn't even give the appearance of impropriety, all of us wouldn't have anything to say. Is your son dead? Is Hunter dead? Is he one of the 5? Then chat up. Say their names, President. A congressperson from Pasadena was kind enough to yak on newscasts that FEMA and Biden signed grants are rushing in. She did not say this part, but is going to come across to help two of. I have to wait. There is lag in between the streamer and the stream. It's all good. 3 hours ago, 28 minutes ago, LA Times. More than 1,100 homes, businesses, and other buildings have burned, and at least 5 people are dead in wildfires, scorching communities across. All of especially the ruling class, the rich, the elites, the whatevers. I don't know a better way or a different way to say it. good intentions pave the road to all the rest of our hell. Just like Joe Biden, man, he signed papers lickety split, ultra quick, guaranteeing federal and FEMA money. But I don't know how does the president guarantee money to anybody? It's the Congress that has to do the money. But he signed some damn order. Here, Hurricane Helene, whatever it's called, and Florida, that they were going to pay plus total reimbursements. And now all of a sudden, the volunteers were getting handcuffed and arrested and pushed to the side, and don't you dare do for free what we can pass through North Carolina state government that's going to pass it through to the federal government and make all of our little agencies money. You know, good stuff. I hope they learned something, but I know they haven't. But I'm gonna hope so. You go, Joe Biden. Good job. Next time, don't say anything about your brat's house. And any of you that think, whoa, if he's gonna talk about that and blah blah blah, and I'm whining about it. If it should happen that somebody with a bad idea happens across my little streamery, no, now is not the time for you to go hide your arsons against Hunter's house. Well, the fire did it. No, it didn't. You did. Don't have ideas like that. I work with law enforcement in California. True stories. Yes, people try to take advantage of emergencies to do good and to do horrible bad things. Go watch all the movies about good cops, bad cops in the LA riots. There was one with Kurt Russell that I can't think of the name. I'm not looking it up. Go watch all the shows about very bad police in Louisiana after Katrina. It's going to come up that Biden did not send Guard or military helicopters to help the hurricane victims, but is sending both military and Guard to help both areas of California. It is sad. There's my hometown and the Malibu area, my favorite areas of teen years and friends. Saddleback is the area we looked at to put the high-risk youth and veteran service programs at risk and mandatory. Yep. And I'm utterly, and I absolutely must qualify my statements, especially if they might come across as sounding positive about Mr. Trump, because I hate the very idea of any Mr. Trumps living on my rock. I accept it. I'm not a crazy person. Uh, yes, I am, but that's okay. We all are. But things that Donald Trump said, not any of the nonsense. They didn't hide FEMA. They didn't do whatever. All that crap. That was politics during an election season. I wish any of them had done better. None of them did. Trump's not special for it. He doesn't get singled out as no the only bad guy saying bad guy stuff during disasters. But some of the stuff he said, I have to say, well, who's saying something that sounds more like uh, none of them, and me and my good woman helped me figure out that what I'm supposed to say, who doesn't In my native Injun tongue, I say, stupid a-hole. Big effing baby with old saggy skin. That kind of thing. And my good woman, helping me better myself, said, why don't you say something like, you sure do wish that they would act or say something statesmanlike. See, we can get through it. She gets over her angry at me because she begs me to please stop using cussy cuss words, even though I try to convince her often to, if I say a whole bunch of them, will you say one? Go back to see the beginning of this stream and the name of this, the title of this thing today. And the lady lawyer said in only a way that a cutie pop lady lawyer and her inner girl child could say, poop. And it made me giggle. But there was something that Donald Trump once upon a time said that all of this makes me think. I don't remember if it was when he was president or after. Definitely not before. Oh, I remember. And one of the things that I absolutely have to agree with, and I don't remember, and I'm not going to look up his exact phrase because then I might take it apart and say, I don't know, that wasn't anything good after all. Is the last time there was big fires and Marjorie Taylor Greene was going off about the crazy space lasers. Donald Trump said, well, don't come begging us for money. Go manage your forests so they don't burn down again. Yes. True. How much forestry management and fire prevention has been done since the last giant fire that destroyed California? And he said very bluntly and plainly, you're asking us for FEMA money that the president can't give you, when all the federal forestry money and everything else for you to avoid these fires, you don't ask for. And if we give it to you, you steal it. Gets converted into those subcontract companies that when you go to find it, there's an ancient tipped over wooden mailbox on an empty field. True. No, Donald Trump didn't say all that. I'm adding to and embellishing. But I guarantee you, they can't come up with any records from when he did really kick them in the shins. Metaphorically, bust their chops a little bit about. So, yeah. Anyway, all that. Yes, Elizabeth. California's burning down. Very close to hometowns. I'm speaking now to my lovely 100% betters me. I just credited you for teaching me to stop calling the presidents and all the president's men effing a-holes and teaching me that to say, I do so wish that they would say something statesmanlike or conduct a statesmanlike action. She made a little chuckle. I hope you all heard it. You get to, that's all you get. Like, subscribe, donate on the donate button, and I'll convince her for monies to help out with more. She can teach you things too. But Altadena, where I grew up, and maybe even the house where I grew up in Van Halen, we're not sure yet. Is it history? There is urban renewal going to happen. And I know, I'm from there. I used to work for a real estate person who we would tie ropes to lawnmowers and drop them over the sides of those foothills to get rid of all the grass and weeds and shrubs. And then we'd tie other ropes because the lawnmowers would also take care of the snakes. They either run away from it or they'd turn into pink mist. And then we tie ropes around our middle or hook it to one of those harnesses like you might rappel off a mountain to. And go down there with the little hand saws and get rid of anything that the lawnmower couldn't eat so that there was fire breaks or the brush was cleared. So that if fire comes, fire not at my house. Yep, I guess I should look it up. Somebody will once upon a time come. Trump tells California to manage their forests. Flashback. Uh, See, I'm not the only one. Fox News was right on it. This is today. He's repeating it today. I promise you the flashback that Fox News is talking about because they're gonna pump him up a little bit. Flashback. Trump has a long history of warning Newsom over terrible wildfire prevention. If you guys didn't even give the appearance of that, he could not say that. I believe Mr. Trump on this. I do. August 21, 2020. Again, right in the super heart of the COVID, George Floyd, all of the above. Politico. I don't know who Politico is. Apparently, they're Trump blames California for wildfires. Tell state you gotta. Let's go look. Here we go. You gotta clean your floors. I think he meant. I don't know what I think he meant. Let's see what they have to say. Did he really say floor? Because that in big brain stuff that people that know stuffing, that's what they call the ground or the underneath the trees under the canopies in forests is called the floor. Blame California for its fires. This is back in 2020. This is not a new thing. I was just raging about it, and now see, it's not just me. I am checking my facts and facting my checks. He threatened to withhold. Again, this is them saying it. I didn't remember that part. Withhold federal money, reprising his attacks from previous rounds of catastrophic blaze. I see again the forest fires are starting, he said at a rally in Swing State, Pennsylvania. They're starting again in California. I said, you got to clean your floors, you got to clean your forests. There are many, many years of leaves and broken trees, and they're like so flammable, you touch them and it goes up. True. And I won't read on to wherever it turns negative against Donald Trump. Because Orange Man bad. I'm sure he's aware. And, oh, I guess I'm wrong. Here it is. It's in the National Archives. Yada, yada, yada. If you guys. 284. Oh, look. I was just going to scroll right on by, but the better of me. See? It's a good thing she's here. Rescued. Ha ha ha. San Francisco Chronicle. We know they hate him. There. So many nickels in Nancy Pelosi's pockets. They're not. That's a line from The Godfather. On September 24, 2024, that would be September, October, November, December, January, 4-ish months ago, Trump was on them again. Wet the ground to prevent forest fires. Doesn't work, Don. But hey, you were thinking about them. They weren't thinking about themselves, according to the San Francisco Chronicle. Good looking out. See what you did, Joe Biden? Show me where does it say Biden? Let's ask. Biden tells California to manage their fires. 6 hours ago, Biden Harris is supporting California. 6 hours ago, Biden promised his full federal support. 5 hours ago, 2 hours ago, 3 hours ago, 2 days ago, 2 hours ago, 7 hours ago, seven. On September 25, 2020, that was before the election, right? Biden says California's devastating wildfire show. Man, it's probably. Joe Biden calls President Trump a climate arsonist. Back in 2020. The fires burning California forests, the storms battering the coast of Florida, and the droughts damaging wheat fields across the Midwest show the fury of climate change everywhere all this year and right now, said Joe Biden on Monday in wide-ranging comments on the climate crisis. Live stream speech from Wilmington, Delaware. Biden detailed how California's record wildfire year, and these are their words, not Joseph Biden's. Biden detailed how California's record wildfire year is the latest example of extreme weather events touching all regions of the country driven by global heating. No, sir, it's climate change. The heating could rapidly change to cooled because it's changes that matter. The last 10 years were the hottest decade ever recorded. Yeah, these are all the talking points. I guess this is the science. Again, statistics. Recorded on what? Your recording notepad? Gotta be careful with these things, what our government says to us. And the free press. And then he critiqued President Donald Trump. Abdicated his leadership. Fine. Rest. 1 of 11. Go next. Blah, blah. Oh, it was Trump that said. Somebody asked Trump about it while he was boarding Air Force One. He was still the president in September 2020. Repeating his well-worn assertion that all California needs to do is manage its forest lands. No, that's not what he said. It's not all that he said. See, listen, you anti-Trumper, stop it. Don't make me defend him. I think he is a moron with a 25 IQ. And I'm going to say again, I hate the idea of Trumps on my planet. But he is here, and he does enough bad all on his own. He cheats on his wife with not even prostitutes. And lies, and does bad business deals, and he's very selfish. But it is who he is, and he got the vote. You don't need to make him worse. We all know, Orange Man bad. It is not all that he said. Or that's not what he told California all you need to do is. Look, 4 years later, he said, yeah, man, if you're not going to clean it, wet it. That's my translation. Silliness. So, all Biden had to offer is some after the fact reactionary BS, because that's what it is. Anything Biden says today about money and FEMA's and all this, Congress has not got back together to do anything about the funding of the last 3 devastating hurricane fundings. He can't promise money. You have to go to Congress to get money. Whatever's budgeted is budgeted. Oh, 1 hour ago, 8 hours ago, 1 day ago, 8 hours ago. So President Biden, even when he was a senator, has never said anything about forestry management. The Guardian, who usually I think leans right, way back in 2023, the Biden administration is trying to turn the tide on worsening wildfires in the U.S. West through a multi-billion-dollar cleanup of forests choked with dead. Let's see what it says. And no, I don't give Biden credit except that the president gets the credit and the blame. Sorry, I was checking to make sure I hadn't missed an updated chat. Biden's efforts to clear wildfires. This is 2023. Biden's efforts to clear wildfire fuel in U.S. forests are falling short. Good job, Google. Good job, my brain. Because I really do believe the Guardian leans away from the left. There is a bias that shows maybe it's my misinterpretation. But the little blurb over here at Google makes it sound like Biden was doing something. The headline, the real headline, nope. Mixed early results from administration initiative as federal land managers skip at-risk communities for less threatened areas. Here we go. So how at risk is hunters and how much of hunters' homeland was federal dollars funneled through California to make sure Hunter's house don't burn down. Man. Using chainsaws, heavy machinery, and controlled burns, the Biden administration is trying to turn the tide on worsening wildfires in the U.S. West through a multi-billion-dollar cleanup of forests choked with dead trees and undergrowth. Yet 1 year into what is envisioned as a decade-long effort, federal land managers are scrambling to catch up after falling behind on several of their priority forests for thinning even as they exceeded goals elsewhere. And they have skipped over some highly at-risk communities to work in less threatened areas according to data obtained by the Associated Press, public records, and congressional testimony. Ambitious effort. So that they're still giving good words, ambitious effort. It was good effort, good effort, good plans at the administration. Joseph R., good job. Pushback from lawmakers dissatisfied with progress to date, and criticism from some environment for cutting too many. See, doesn't matter what, there's going to be strangers in the barrio making trouble. And worse than that, your own committee is going to turn on you. What you need to do is go cut a few trees. Not those few. Those were the wrong few. You did it wrong. Especially in politics. They're not down there kissing your shoe. They're down there slobbering on your shoe, thinking about biting your ankle. All of you presidents and future presidents, remember this. Remember that, what I just said. The thinning is making a difference. Big money for a big problem. Congress approved more than $4 billion in additional funding to prevent repeats of the destructive infernos that have torched communities including California, Colorado, and Montana. By logging and burning trees, the scale of the task is evident in an aerial view of California's Tahoe National Forest. The forests as we know them in California and across the West They're being destroyed through fire. They're dying from drought, diseases, and insects. They are overgrown at a pace. It's all twisty words. Oh, I thought because they described it. The infrastructure bill passed 2 years ago with bipartisan support included a requirement for the administration to treat forests across 10 acres, 15,625 square miles, or 40,500 square kilometers by 2027. Less than 10% of that was addressed in the first year. Well, yep. Because the first thing that Democrats got to do is call together 700 million thousand trillion people to join 500 committees, and everybody do a committee thing and a research and a study and an estimate and a whatever. And now let's play bingo balls and mix up everybody on each other's committees, and they can all review and peer review and edit their own and their friends' papers. And then we got to have a committee to take all the hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of surveys and studies and all the other names they have for big books of many word. That's just the way bureaucracies work. The left liberals always think, well, you know what we need? 500 more people to review this before we get busy. 10% in 1 year. Well, in a 10-year plan, that would be right on target. But in a 5-year plan, that was half of target. And again, I understand. My memory has served me correctly. TheGuardian.com is using lots of words to lean to make Biden in particular, but Democrats in total, worse than they really are. I know. I'm working on it. That's why I keep skipping so much. Dem man bad. Old man bad. Whatever Joe Biden's Biden man bad. Do I have the answer? Do I have a solution? Probably not. But I don't get paid to think about it. If I got paid to think about it, I might take a look at some of those aerials and take a trip out there and set eyeballs on and try to get past my bias about sometimes you got to ask the simple guy. Maybe the simple guy in this case is Donald Trump. Send a whole bunch of them illegal aliens you're harboring in California up there and make them earn their victuals and rake the damn place. Don't mess with the chainsaws and knocking trees down on people's noggins, but falling short in risky areas. I'm sure they're going to get to it. Should we search for Hunter Biden? Oh, now I know I hate these people. Whoever she is, I'm not even going to look it up. Gone are the days when things were black and white, neither good or bad, said Melinda Booth. You're wrong. You're fired. Shades of gray, lady. 50 shades of gray. Here we go. Anybody who says that ever in your life, get away from them. Obstacles to the thinning. What, man? There ain't nothing in Montana. Light the thing on fire. No, I'm just kidding. I'm joking. That was very rude. I apologize, Montana. Here we go. Litigation ties up many projects. This is true. Here's the other thing. I just said it a few minutes ago. Here it is in print. Blame the Guardian. with environmental reviews taking 3 years on average before work begins. And that is a serious thing. When you cut away all the trees and clean up all the ground, and especially in California, it's worse after it burns itself to the ground because now you got ash mixed with loose soil and a shaky state. It's called subsidence and slippage. Now you have to suffer the huge floods and mud slides. There is some serious engineering and geoengineering brain work that has to get done on this stuff. Like, well, why don't you just cut a giant strip through the middle of it? Because that is where all the wind and water will go. Whenever there's wind and water, and wind and or water erode the surface and put it places where it doesn't belong. I'm dumb, but I'm not totally dumb. Oh my gosh. They got a whole place called Think Tank. It's a think tank. We need some, I guess, but we don't need quite as many as we have. Thinning operations are not allowed in federally designated wilderness areas. That puts off limits about a third of national forest areas that expose. I remember, it is coming back to me. Thank you, The Guardian. I remember Newsom or somebody else high up in California answering Donald Trump's stuff with, you're talking about a federally controlled forest, and saying we didn't clean it up, Mr. Trump. Yeah. All's fair in politics and burning people's entire lives away. I remember that. I'm not going to look it up. They answered back. What are you talking about? Those aren't California forests. Those are federal, national. I don't know that any of it's true, but it was said. But then put it in writing. Sue the federal government. State. Wait a minute. If he's saying that the feds aren't taking care of their own forests and then blaming you for it, put your Department of Justice on it. Put all of your California has the most representatives because they got the biggest population. Put them on impeaching him. Do something. Get them to pass legislation. Do the politics things. What? Nope. We're not going to get that. We're going to get a bunch of garbage. Well, poor Elizabeth worries about her hometown. I worry about my hometown. All right, done with that. Go back. Let's update and refresh. Oh, I guess not. Let's just go look at California fires. Go. Update it. Refresh the page. So nothing comes out of the caches in the stored localies. Eaton fire. So now they're saying, according to CBS News, not the Between the Beach. And I don't remember if I know I've typed. I never did any live video stuff or upload videos to the Facebook. Now gone. I know I have typed many times the stories there. That's no joke. You think you lived and seen something until you're driving or riding down, I guess, I don't remember which freeway, a freeway between Glendale and Pasadena. And there is a super hot, red, fiery fire tunnel roof hopping over the entire 10 lanes of freeway. And you can't stop because if you stop, you'll cook and your tires will melt and pop. And then you'll cook. You gotta smashy the gassy and get through it. Nowadays, they have much better early warning systems and everything else, and they get people out there to shut the freeways. Scary as hell driving through a fire tunnel, because it really was. Oh, and their Newsweek is comparing Joe Biden's to Donald Trump. Orange man bad. I vote. My guess. Let's see. Let's find out. This is what they call react content. You have to first you see something that you want to react to, and then you have to make your fortune tellers. See the Rolling Stone song? Prediction. What is it going to say? Oh, it's probably going to tell me paywall. You got to pay if you want to read the rest of it at Newsweek. Who's the winner? Who's got the President Joe Biden and President-elect Donald Trump? At least they got their titles right. Thanks, Newsweek. Good job. Have both released statements about the devastating wildfires ravaging Los Angeles this week. Los Angeles and its surrounding areas are being razed by at least, not raised up, RAZED, by at least 4 fires. Palisades, Eaton, Hearst, and Woodley. See, this is old news. It says 2 people have died in the Eaton fire, where all the other news is right now are saying 5. Which balloon in size? The Palisades fire, which expanded in size to nearly 3,000 acres, has forced tens of thousands of Los Angeles residents to evacuate amid a severe windstorm. Get to this statement. What to know? The White House put out a statement. I am being frequently briefed on the wildfires in West Los Angeles. Okay. My team and I are in touch with state and local officials, and I have offered any federal assistance that is needed to help suppress the terrible Pacific Palisades fire. Biden added it to Federal Emergency Management Agency. Thank you again, Newsweek. You're getting a gold star for the day, Newsweek. They spelled it out. They didn't throw FEMA up there. An acronym. Approved a fire management assistant grant to support areas that are impacted and help reimburse California for the immediate firefighting costs. So that is exactly what he did back in Helene. They, he just signs papers. He didn't, Joseph R. Biden didn't sit there and think this up. That's how our government works. They have a bunch of fill in the state. Excuse me a second. I got myself choked again. Thank you and sorry, all you listeners. I put Elizabeth's chat up on the main screen for anybody just watching along with mutes. Just glancing at screens every now and then. You saw it. New fire in Hollywood Hills is growing. And so sad. Yes, me too. I'm still white knuckling about who we talked about earlier. I'm not going to say any names anymore. I had a bad compulsion. I'm off on another interlude. I don't know. A few months ago, I was actually in an offline way hit up my brother. If you're ever near Altadena, But how could I possibly tell him to do something like that and say, knock a door? How you been? Haven't seen you in whatever, 30 years, 40 years. My brother, the continent away, not creepy, remember we used to share housing for a while, neighbors for a long while. Just had you on his mind. Holla. But when you're in doubt about a thing, don't do it. I just kept putting it away and putting it away. When you have those hard compulsions, I guess go with it. But then you have to have inner conflict because I was like, should I hit up my brother and try to explain to him that for whatever reason I want you to go do this thing, run an errand for me? No. Am I 100% sure I want to do that? No. Which reminds me, I was supposed to talk about something else. On impulse, a colleague, get back to that. I guess I better type in the log. Type in the log. 06, 09, 20. Still studying the fires and Biden v. Trump at News Week. This is what you gotta do. Live life, react content. I said it was gonna come out. Orange man bad. Biden wins. He's the good guy. But they haven't got to the point yet. But what I had said earlier. Here it is. Exactly what they, and Biden gets the credit and the blame. He is our president. My president, too. This immediate support and reimburse. Once you put money in it, sir, now the firefighters are going to be calling the cops to arrest the volunteers, just like they did here. You guys learn nothing. Don't come out and promise them money. But there's no quotas. Go study how local governments work. They're all just as debt funded as state governments and federal government. Here we go back to those founding documents. That 35 trillion, probably 36 by now, that we talked about several times, does not include any state governments or political subdivisions thereof, counties, cities, parishes. That's all government debt. If you add it all together, I'm sure it's 700 trillion with a T, including the derivative. I urge the residents of the Palisades and the surrounding areas of Los Angeles to stay vigilant and listen to local officials. Trump went a different route with his statement, blaming the catastrophic fires on California Governor Gavin Newsom, who was one of Trump's sharpest critics. Yeah, jolly old Joe. Sounds so good. Governor Gavin Newscum. See, that there's the nicknamey stuff. He knows that this upsets you. Look to me revise the statement and make it more statesmanlike. Governor Gavin Newsom refused to sign the water restoration declaration put before him that would have allowed millions of gallons of water from excess rain and snow melt from the north to flow daily into many parts of California, including the areas that are currently burning in a virtually apocalyptic way, Trump wrote on Truth Social. See, I didn't nickname her. I did good. I acted statesmanlike. I'm just reading. He went on to claim that Newsom prioritized protecting the Delta smelt, a small fish species, over the needs of Californians. Now the ultimate price is being paid, Trump wrote, adding, he is to blame for this. On top of it all, no water for fire hydrants, no firefighting planes, a true disaster. Newsom's press office said on X, this is under the byline or a second bold line, what people are saying. Newsom's press office said on X that the governor had deployed the California National Guard to assist with firefighting. Quote, joining pre-positioned personnel and assets, the governor deployed at the CalGuard personnel to assist in responding to the hashtag Palisades Fire, hashtag Easton Fire, and man, I want the computer to read this. I love when the computer voice reads hashtag Palisades Fire, hashtag Ealton Fire, hashtag Hurusat Fire. Oh my gosh. The Cal Guard and Cal Fire have a unique partnership unlike any other state, skilled, trained personnel with vast wildfire fighting experience, end quote. Vice President Kamala Harris's neighborhood was told to evacuate on Tuesday night, her press secretary wrote on X, quote, no one was in her home at the time. She and the second gentleman are praying for the safety of their fellow Californians, the heroic first responders, and the Secret Service personnel. Okay. What happens next? Blah, blah, blah. I don't know. So, yeah. Yeah. I'm not going to study this whole fish thing and everything else that Trump wrote. Whether he earned it or not, he did kind of earn it with can't contain himself. Not for a second. Somebody get a hold of him. I have said before, if he would sign all the waivers and make me his Machiavellian advisor, we would reenact the famous scene from Casino where the guy gets caught cheating and taken down to the basement by the mafia. And then the guy asks the cheater guy, is that the hand you count the cards with or whatever? And the guy says, yeah. And he says, you can't use the other one. And the guy says, no. So they stretch that hand out and he hits it with a hammer. Now, I'm not saying I would smack Donald Trumpy's thumbs with a hammer. Not even in a fiction romance story. What I'm saying is I might stick a lesser than electrical mechanical shocking device behind that screen, and when he stuck his thumb on it, give him a little blast. Dude, stop it. Grow up. Wash his thumbs out with soap. Yeah. Do something statesmanlike. I know you and 77 million Americans love that little schoolyard in the second grade name collaring, but please stop. Other than that, everything you said is true. I take it at face. True. To factcheck.org will be out in 7 minutes. I promise. I know. Everything he says is a lie. There is no Governor Newscomb. See how he lies? I can't wait. Yes, I can. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to see it. We're stuck in a rut. This is what we spin our wheels doing. Refuse to sign water restoration declaration. Let's look it up. Water restoration declaration. Water damage no. There is no such document. Here we go. Governor Newsom press office on X. See, they're. Ugh, I knew I shouldn't have done this. Maybe he'll come out and say I was joking. You see, now I'm trying to future predict what are all the outs. Because he's still going to be the president. This is not something impeachable or disqualifying. It's him saying a thing. He'll come out and say, oh, I meant that other document. I had so much on my mind. I was so worried about the people of California. And, I still haven't gotten over my worry of North Carolina, and there's never been any FEMAs. Yada, yada, yada. All right, Newsom. And I loathe to offer a click to Elon Musk's crappie thing. There is no such document as the Water Restoration Declaration. That is pure fiction. This is Governor Newsom press office. Obviously not the governor, because he doesn't talk about himself in that abject third person like Mr. Trump does. The governor is focused on protecting people, not playing politics, and making sure firefighters have all the resources they need. Ashli Zavala, I don't know who that is, at Zavala A 7 hours ago. As wildfires rage in Southern California, President-elect Trump posts on his platform blaming Governor Newsom. I will demand that this incompetent government allow beautiful, clean, fresh water to flow into California. They don't need beautiful, clean, fresh water, sir. Not to put out fires. And the risk of salt water is that it kills everything that wasn't burning. Now you have more dead stuff you got to clean up. So anybody else who might have thought, they're on the ocean, get ocean water. No, it's not that easy. Salting the earth, you know what that means. And then it has screenshots of Trump's postings. Okay, we did it. Let me get off of X. I don't want them to have dwell time in analytics thanks to me and my clickathons. Yep, it is what it is. People ask, what is the Clearwater Restoration Act? And then the answer is, the Clean Water Restoration Act 1966 took federal water pollution regulations. Oh, that's all that RFK and companies were involved in. That has nothing to do with nothing. That's the Google bot helping me with spell checkers and did you means? I was going to take it on its face. Maybe Newsom didn't sign something and Trump accidentally misspoke, but he never does, so that's fine. It's all good. Yep, it came across. Joe Biden is the more cautious and razzle dazzling, better president, better man, bigger wee wee, the whole 9 yards. Joe Biden, every way. Orange man bad. Gotcha. Raging wildfires kill at least 5. CNN, 11 minutes ago, last time I pressed search, probably 20 minutes ago, so 30 minutes ago. And there's no other way for me to see like images, topographicals, specific areas without risking videos that include advertising that may or probably isn't approved by YouTube, and I don't know what to do about it. And I don't know. I still don't know. Bad stuff at somebody's home. 2 hours ago. Let's look at the picture. By clicking on images in the Google bar and only clicking on the thumbnails, you get a sort of a preview of where the image is from and what it is. That looks like, if it's not a parking lot, that's a freeway. No, that's a parking lot. Probably a car dealership because they're all smashed together. And that's a lot of cars and a building, commercial structure, burnt. DOA. And this is also after the fires. Not only you got to clean up all the garbage off the ground, all these burnt dead trees have to get cut down. Many trees can survive a fire. Can, may, might. But in terms of managing, you can't leave that brittle, nasty, burnt up wood sitting there in case another fire comes. Now you have a coal fire. True. I've many times been there. And I've cut on fire trees down with the California and the Forestry Service and Eagle Scouts and Los Angeles Sheriffs. I used to be a tree cutting guy. Never did it for real money until I think it was 2016 through 2019. I worked with a professional tree cutting, trimming, removal service with a professional licensed arborist. Or not licensed, certified. Yup, I like a tree, but I can cut one down. I don't mind. Well, apparently there's some kind of fire near the big bridge at San Francisco, I think. Unless that's one of the bridges down in the LA harbors, Long Beach or something. Some of these are 2020 photos. Photo. Hello? Photo. The mother of warriors head coach to evacuate. Just terrifying. This is via Fox News. And they show a house fully engulfed, and the daggone trees are fully engulfed. Big 2 or 3 story building fully engulfed. And firefighters cannot do anything about that. The heat, I can't believe this guy is that close to it. The heat is insane. If you've never been around a large fire like that, it's crazy. If you try to spray fire truck water on that fire jetting out of that window or port, it just turns to steam. You're not getting anything done. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Do you Yahoo? I still have the Yahoo account email, but this is why I don't Yahoo. MAGA blames homeless in deranged California fire theory. There's no such thing as MAGA. It's a movement. Isn't that what the Antifa said? There's no such thing as Antifa. That is a movement. I could be wrong. That's just something my mind is telling me. Let's go see what the Yahoo News people have to say about. Oh, it's from the Daily Beast. Just saying. I don't know. Wednesday, January 8th at 3:11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So this is relatively fresh, 2 hours old. MAGA Nation is pinning blame for California wildfires on Democrats, as well as the less typical target, the state's homeless population. The popular far-right X account at Libs of TikTok, which has over 3.9 million followers, and I've never looked at a Libs of TikTok thing, but the feeling I get, again, I don't know anything about this stuff. I was afraid of Twitter when it was Twitter, and now I fear it more that it's X. What I have heard through other parties, the hearsay, is that half of what Libs of TikTok does is what is known as trolling. They're purposely saying things that are utterly fantastic and untrue and offensive. Just what my memory of other people talking about it is. I cannot find a phone or FB for Shannon or Raw. I did find the obituary from the old dad Lou. He had apparently gotten into 12-step from post people he helped. I know he brought flowers to Julia several years ago and apologized. She said, I accept the apology, but said he needed to give her a lot of dollars that he cost her in his bad news days. Of course, to me, not him. Yeah, I don't remember how long it's been. I found Robbie, and he was married doing real estate, it looked like. Happily, whatever. I didn't see any social medias that interested me. And it's been a decade or more since when I was very new on Facebook. It might have said recommended for you, and it was, her with like a double or triple hyphenated last name. She's been married a couple of times. But I didn't do anything with it. I never not. Oh, yes, I did. I sent one. Oh, no, maybe I didn't. I sent the private message explaining that I don't send friend requests. I just don't. And so I don't think I ever sent a friend request to anybody on Facebook. The popular far right X account, blah, blah, blah. So they're saying that this somehow constitutes the entire movement. Anybody that affiliates, anybody that wears a red hat is scumbuckledly. Yep, gotcha. A post from the account pointed to reporting from the past several years showing that some fires break out at the state's homeless encampments when the inhabitants tap into underground electrical wiring for power. Well, whatever, they spent billions and billions on them tiny little swatch houses for the homeless, and all the homeless were just going to go live in these little tiny dog houses. Donald Trump has limited his condemnation over the fire to Democrats, reigniting a feud with government, reigniting a feud with Governor Newsom. Sort of, yeah, not really, no. So that's it. Yep. The MAGA Nation. There is no MAGA Nation. Members of MAGA Nation. Somebody who identifies as that, as a member of MAGA Nation. Hit me up and let me know that that's not a unicorn. Are you now? Or have you ever been a card-carrying member of MAGA Nation? See, I'm still being so good because I want every time I see it to say May Gay. Her first husband died of brain tumor. She married her friend Larry. Invited me to her wedding. He was a very nice guy. I happened to be teaching UN classes on the day her son came in with his school. It was a good reunion. I taught him how to deal with bullies and taught bullies why that is not okay. Cool. Small world. We're going to get to that too. I still got to go back to that. For all the goofy, we were goofy, they were goofy. People are goofy. They're very close. They might as well be in part of, Elizabeth used to always say, the Addams family. True. It's okay. We all still got along. Thought fondly. I checked in with her, the matriarch. Uh, Probably around 92. So, the other day, 33 years ago, waiting on somebody getting done somewhere else up near the Altadena area. I was like, man, what am I going to do for these few hours or something? So I swirled around here and drove around there and thought about it. I said, you know what? Let's go knock a door and harass somebody that we haven't seen in, I don't know, 10 years, which at the time was more than half of my life. And had a good talk with her for a while in her kitchen. I got a gazillion million, many. One or two bad ones, and I did notice on pictures online that the son, my friend, former roommate, has some hellacious scars on his face that we got playing the games of gang warfare and stupidity in LA County, 84, I think. In fact, here it is. Here's one. Yahoo's got something the rest of them didn't have. It says, in fact, Newsom's office in January of 2021 released an 84-page plan to fight wildfires. Well, epic fail. But how could we say? Maybe they got something done. California is a whole hell of a lot more than Los Angeles County. This is a whole. They got something. They got a plan. They got a document. Probably includes checklists. Comprehensive strategy at the Governor's Forest Management Task Force, January 2021. You know, I downloaded it. Let me click on the save button. Go to downloads. Save. Check you out later. Got something. And it's an electronic document. At least that ain't laying out there unless some foolish old person printed the thing and threw it out into the woods. They ought to be able to figure something out. Throw me some of that green energy money, Joe. For $10 billion, I'll develop you a plan of how to cut down on all that wood and everything else and burn it in some kind of engine that converts it to energy, like electricity. Imagine that. All right. Enough. I'm deep tangenting. Yeah. Off on the tangent. Let's get off the tangent. 6, 35. And then we'll leave whatever I didn't get done today. Hoping and praying and hollering that George feel better. Anybody that has to do those periodic, any kind of medications, even if it's twice daily, all medications have adverse or unwanted effects or side effects. They all do. I wish you feeling better. All of you, especially George. We always look out more for those close to us. Oh man. Elizabeth talking about a boop. People I've been babbling about the entire time. The entire time since reading up on the CA fires. Reminded me again. Do you believe in destiny? Help the dude. Fate. Plans. The plan. Coincidence. All the other C words. How could it be? Is it the CIA alien space invaders? I don't know. Sort of what started this whole thing today. Or no, it added to it. What started this whole thing today is me watching the lady lawyer and the man lawyer. I've been very rude all day. Armed attorneys. I said at 12:19 p.m. got in here. This is my own personal private log. A few ago because convergence, nexus again, and then she cussed me. See the song at the bottom, and then he kissed me. That's when the lady lawyer cussed and she said the SHI word. I said, she is the beep, 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 hot, hot, hot. Well, my good person was explaining me her reversing of the power of his word. Remember, I told you she studies her Bible and her Bible studies. For some reason, she got stuck in her head that she turn that around and slow down. And she found, I don't remember what chapter and verse. And so this led along through a whole lot of like Elizabeth saying, hang on, let me read it again. I remember the first husband passing of a brain to her. I think we all went to the first wedding. I know I did. He was a very nice guy. I happened to be teaching UN classes on the day her son came in with his school. Oh my gosh, that's somebody's son. That kind of thing is what again, my good woman was telling about the word of his power. It's a lot of chapters and verse. She goes fast. She does her researches and provides her references. And I was still thinking about armed attorneys, cops. And she said, and she said, and she said. And then she wagged that finger, that one single finger, and she said, "Pew." But all those things, what led to is talking about this kind of thing. How could it be? 20 million people in Los Angeles County, and some kid that shows up and needs a lesson in bullying happens to be the kid of somebody that was a kid that you grew up, the girl next door raising her and helping out and good friends. And then when she became a teenager and thought her and all her other teenager friends were the bestest, prettiest modelists ever, you humored them and helped them with their hair and fired away the photographs. And I don't remember who made the dark room. Somebody had dark room. My brother eventually had a dark room and helped them all be models. That kind of stuff. And there's her son needing a little help that you had to offer. But what had happened were, and this is a true story. Maybe one day I'll put up the bones about it or not. I started to say it earlier. An American citizen by birth. You crazy people, get over it. Of Polish? How do you spell descent meaning heritage? That's how. How do you spell descent? Meaning not to slide down into a cave and a hole in the ground? Heritage. Heritage and family. Escapists. Escape. Escape. Escaped from, and George had mentioned them earlier, the Soviets / Russians via their, whatever you call it, territory, turf, or state of Ukraine, invaded Poland before the German nasties ever went there. Ukraine was who got stomped on by everybody as the crossroads from everywhere to Poland. Once upon a time in World War II, everybody can go look up their own World War II histories. But that's the fact, Jack. Poland was not a nice place to be from. Go study. I have experienced this many times with American people who claim to be worried, including Jews. Where was Auschwitz? In Mecklenburg County, North Carolina. Probably not. In October of 1939, after Poland was defeated, western territories of the country were incorporated by the Germans into the Third Reich. It was in the new Vaterland. It means the land of the father, the fatherland. It's in Poland. I have had Jews who yelling at me about the Holocaust and all this other stuff and talking about the camps in Germany. I said the most famous camp was in Poland, and they call me liar. Liar. Poland was a bad place, and it was a bad place to be. See, I don't remember what the movement was, what popped in my head, because way back then, 1980s, is apartheid, South Africa. There was something else called something else in Poland during all of the 80s until finally the Soviet Union fell apart and Poland got to stop being on the face communist under the rule of the Soviet Union that included Ukraine. Heritage and family. Escape from Poland in the WW2 era because of family. Third generation, now American. Luckily, or by family, or by whatever. It's a true story. Was fluent, speaks, and hears, and literate, literally can read and write. Polish. Bookworm. Many years later, when a intern in medicine specialty cancer and oncology. True story. Wait for it. Special. Is it a special itty? Specialty. I'm leaving it like that. Spell checker said that one. Cancers and oncology was book nerd slash worming. I mean, he was jonesing for books. He was wanting to read. Hang on. Chats came in. The modeling. It was my dark room, and I taught a formal modeling class for them. They got an award from Old Fashioned Day for the float we all made out of someone's VW van. Yeah, it was a bunch of big stuff. There was a lot of giggly. Yeah, I was a tween-edged boy, and my mammy dragged together a lot of cutie pie model girls. I didn't mind helping out. I mean, you know, helping my mother. She was helping them. Didn't hurt. Bunch of super beauty girls. But none of them were 18, so I was like, shit, I can't look at you even when I'm 11. Cancers and Oncology was book nerd worming at a New York library and overheard a tale of a bunch of old books in a it was a storeroom or a basement or a storeroom in a basement in a room that were not English. So they were going to get rid of them, aka trash. So this guy, done with medical school, doing an internship in medicine and blah blah blah. I don't know. I don't remember all those details. But specialty, he really had an obsession quest of wanting to help the poor people of all ages suffering and dying with the cancer or of the cancer. He was just hanging around his favorite New York branch of the New York Library. I don't know which city or metropolitan. I don't know. Was it upstate? Was it Manhattan? I don't know. And I'm not looking it up. I could look it up and put a link, but I'm not. I'm telling a story. If you want to look it up, you look it up. So anyway, that's the baseline. The destiny of things. It was it called? Was he pushed? How did he? The only one at the time. So he says, "Oh, you gonna throw books in the trash? Well, let me get a look at them." So he ruffled through and pillaged through and found a couple of books. I'll take these and never mind those. And some may have, they were all foreign language. And New York is another melting pot like Los Angeles. Some of those were in other languages. Hold the line, please. Okay, I'm back. Technology is failing her again. All of a sudden, after years and years, her Apple device decided no more Apple Play. Now you gotta go get your Apple ID and password that her son set up for her on her device without telling anybody anything. And so now we have to go figure all that out because it won't let her iMessage her. So the guy gets some books, digs through some books. He finds a Polish language medical research book about some certain, and I'm way oversimplifying this, proteins, pro I E I before E except after medicine. Oh, proteins. He finds a Polish language medical research about some certain proteins to cure cancer. WW1 era stuff that somehow escaped with someone from Poland to New York. And there it sat in a box, in a crate, in a something. Somebody ended up gifting us Polish language research book from pre-communisms and world wars and nasties and the Soviets and the whole 9 yards. And of all the books in all the world and all the doctor interns interested in cancer, there he was. And they were going to throw it in the trash if he had not gone to the library that day. He has several clinics in many places. Do you remember when Mario and Frank's mother had the cancer and she went all the way to the areas of home, Elizabeth, in the right outside the German Austrian area? Friends of ours, all of us, more family, friends of the family, the whole family. The older brother, a little older than my brother, the younger brother, 11 days older than me. Their parents both older than mine, but they had fled from the nasties to sunny Southern California, and we all became friends. And I liked her, and she cooked for me, and she loved that I would eat her German Austrian cooking because her spoiled rotten born in American kids didn't eat her homeland food. I did. And her name was Rose, or Rosa, if you said it correctly in German Australia. She got bad sick with a certain type of cancer. This guy, because he found some proteins to cure cancer, I'm way oversimplifying, and he created a whole research, and he created his own thing, and he created clinics, and he tried to do trials. But when it found out that something very affordable, it doesn't cure cancer, nothing cures cancer, but it helps them without the side effects of the chemos and the rads. That means big business is getting in behind it, the big medical monsters, and making sure don't let him spread that cure like cancer or pandemic. So you cannot, to this day, unless you just have the money to pay for it yourself, partake of his treatments. She used her long leftover dual citizenship and went to Europe. I don't remember if it was Switzerland or Sweden or somewhere, but she stopped through the home states of Germany and Austria to get this guy's cancer treatment. And it bought her, I don't know, another decade. So, yep. So we were talking about that again this morning because when we went out to California, Priscilla got to meet all of them. And the famous lady that made me strudels. And because Priscilla's first husband, oh, I keep saying her name. There, I did it again. Demerit. My good woman's first husband passed away of cancer. She is very severely. And just recently, somebody had been in her store again telling the tales and woes of cancer. And so she had told him about this guy and his clinics again, and that, yes, you can go to his clinics. And so we had just dug up all the stuff and dusted it off again so that we could pass this information to someone else. And still to this day, there's no insurance company's going to pay for it. They call it an experimental blah 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 tree. You know, it's got no FDA's approvals, and it's a long story, and it goes hopping through veterinary medicine and human medicine and health and nutrition and all these other things. But what are the odds? At the time that he found this book, there was 2 point something billion people on planet Earth. What are the odds of him being of Polish descent and a book? And he never could find another one. He went back searching in the homeland, the motherland, I don't know, mother, fatherland, whatever Polish call Polish homelands to them. They are very proud and strong people. A good friend of mine right now is a Polish guy that has horror stories that make me afraid for the world. I'm glad that we don't still live in 1980s type of place. At the borderlands of the USSR. But what are the odds in a 20 million people place like New York, out of Poland? He never could find any other copies. The nasties and the Soviets had burned and destroyed everything. You talk about cancel culture. Remember, the nasties wanted to eradicate the entire history, not just of the Jews, but Juden first. They dug up their graveyards or built houses over them and paved the streets with the gravestones face down. True story. Go look it up. Go study the Holocaust Museum yourself. But the Judens weren't the only ones. All of Europe, all of Africa, a lot of places got destroyed by the fascists. And the communists, the Soviets, the Russians were not much better to the rest of everywhere, including internally. See East West Berlin. He never could find another copy of that book anywhere on planet Earth, including in Poland. And it was from a medical school containing medical research and facts and findings that no longer existed in Poland. And he still has it very carefully curated. There's a certain way you have to take care of paper and print materials so that the acids of your own fingers don't eat away the pages or all. It's complicated. But he has treatment centers and hospitals or whatever you want to call them outside of America in lots of places. Not naming any names because he gets enough heat whenever anybody mentions his name. Here they come again. Somebody was making claims, blah, 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 when I'm talking about this crazy space fiction opera of mine. There was a planet called Polish, and there was a planet called New York, and the guy went from planet Polish, but not him, his parents. And not his parents, his grandparents. And then, from the time when his grandparents were chillins, unbeknownst to them, another their age Polish snuck across out of evil Poland planet, carrying not the map with the plans for the Death Star. I won't steal your story, George. Everyone would know it's yours. That wouldn't work. But carrying this amazing thing about a simple to produce and reduce and everything else. And it does not. I use a way over. I better fix it. I apologize. Everybody who watched earlier parts of the stream, go back and rewatch this part. Not cure. Treat. Let's say it that way. I'm not making any claims. I'm not saying nothing. Search it yourself. Polish cancer. You'll find it or you won't. And it's all a true story. And that's that same kind of thing Elizabeth was talking about. My good woman was very serious about it this morning. From like, how could What are the odds that if you take it as fiction? She does not, but we can say it that way. Especially me, I'm from California. If you took it as fiction, she was trying to figure out of a certain set of tales. How could this work out? That the exact right person was in the exact right place at the exact right time. What are the odds? See, the space operas, astronomical. That's what the odds are. Okay, and now I must go do Apple Tech stuff. So we're gonna have to wind it down. We had a good stream, 7 hours, 3 minutes, 55 seconds. Let's go 04. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, President Biden. Thank you, President-elect and former and future Trump. Be careful, everybody in California. Don't everybody go hose your roofs down at one time. Make plans, coordinate with your neighbors, communicate. If all you turn the hoses on, then you're going to get a drink of water. Be very careful. Check your reports, like Biden said. Try to pay attention to your emergency officials. Error on the side of caution. It's stuff. I know it seems like it could mean the world to you, but not. This world is meaningless without you. Don't get cooked. Worried about them old photos. We don't have a backup of them. That's okay. You have a memory of them. Get on your online. Get on my online. Tell me all about it. We'll try to convince my good woman to paint a picture. Oh my goodness. Thank you, everybody. Very good stream. Feel better, George. Very good. Live. We had a good live. We had a good incarnation this time. So we are going to cancel it quickly then in the old TV outgoing way. The way TV used to come in, I go out. It's my thing. Stream ending in 5, 4, 3,